Can I get an audio check? Oh yeah, it's working. It's coming through. Loud and clear. Ah, there we go. Clean glasses. Funky Clav, go! Boop, 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 boop. I bet this is way too loud. Maybe not. Dun, 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 dun. So many key changes. Oh yeah, captions. God, that's the same instrument from the title screen of New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I believe. Or like the file select screen, maybe? I gotta find that really quick. I need to hear that. Obviously same system, so same like sound font, I guess. I don't know if it's still a sound font on the Wii though. Alright, let's find this here. So that's when you launch the game. This is the actual title theme. That song is a bop. I think it's this song right here. This was such a popular thing in like the Wii era, where you'd have a multi-page menu where like the first page of the menu you have to pick, you know, your file, and then the next page you're picking like the mode, and then the page after that you're picking some other like finer tuned settings or whatever, and you have to go through these like 4 or 5 pages before you get to the game, and every page of that menu, like a new instrumental layer is added to the music. This is what I was thinking of though. I've never listened to this song for this long either. The Mario Kart Wii menu does it. But I don't know if these rips are gonna have what I'm thinking of. So yeah, it's like this drum and bass thing, which is sick. And in the first screen, this is all you hear. It's just like the ride cymbal and the bass and like some synth pads. But as you go further into the menu to like the next page, you hear it'll add in like the piano melody, and then it'll add in like the kick and the snare. Let's see if it does it. Yeah. So then once you get to the next page, you start hearing this. And rather it being tied to like the musical form, or like, oh, after a certain number of bars, this part comes in, it's just paying attention to how far through the menu you are. But the person who's making this rip has chosen to do it musically. So now we've got the snare drum and like a counterpoint instrument, more piano. And I think it was just those 3 layers, because you got to choose like the mode, and then you have to choose like your character, and then you have to choose your cart, and then you go. And it like every single screen it adds a new musical layer. Anyways, let's go over here. Welcome in, everybody. How are you doing? It's Thursday. I'm feeling pretty solid myself. Hope y'all are too. This song is so good. I've been getting really excited about the, pretty unreasonably, I would say, excited about the Mario Party ads thing. Over the last couple days, I've been firing up Mario Party 1, 2, and 3 on the 64 to figure out which one I want to do for ads, at least to start off with. And just kind of like looking at like, in a bunch of the Mario Party games, you know, there are things that you can unlock, and this goes for like modern Mario Party games as well, where there's all these different things that you can unlock, and usually the way that you unlock them is essentially by playing the game a lot, in some capacity, right? Like every time you play a party, it takes like all the coins and stars and like puts them into a bank or something, and then that turns into a currency that you can use in some kind of like unlockables shop, basically. And for some of them, it's like how you unlock the mini games in minigame mode if you want to just play mini games and not do the board game. For other games, there's like unlockable characters and unlockable boards. And I've just been getting really excited about, this extends beyond Mario Party, just the idea of like a lot of these old games were like packed with all these like little like extra hidden features and stuff that are just so forgotten and not thought about. And I feel like when people are making games that are similar now, they're basing it off of their memory of the older game, and they're forgetting the little extra stuff that was in there, or they're maybe loosely aware of it, but they feel like it was non-essential. And so the result is like the newer games that are iterative have less and less and less and less variety of content. Like the new Mario Party game might have more mini games than the older ones, but maybe it doesn't have as many modes, or it doesn't have as many things that you can unlock. Mario Party might not be the best example, but it was just like a thought that passed and kind of like made me feel really excited, because in Mario Party 1 specifically, which is, you know, the only Mario Party game that's not iterative, right? It was the first of its kind. It wasn't based on anything. It was completely made in a vacuum, basically, where they just threw a bunch of ideas together. I don't know of any other video game before Mario Party that's like Mario Party. There might be a few examples aside from the Japan exclusive Fortune Street, but that was just a board game. That was basically iterative of Monopoly. So saying that Mario Party is like based on Fortune Street is literally saying that Mario Party's based on Monopoly, and I don't think anybody would agree with you on that. I don't think there's a through line that you can draw between Mario Party and Monopoly any more than you could between Mario Party and any other basic board game, just because it uses a board. But like, Mario Party 1 has all these different little modes that aren't the party mode and aren't like anything that ever happened again, and they're just like forgotten. Hi, Jackie. I'm waxing. And like there's one mode in there called Minigame Coaster, where it's a single player mode and you choose a character and you choose a partner character and you play through these like worlds. They're like little Mario platformer style maps where you go from a dot to a dot to a dot, like a board map. But each dot is like a level of the world, and it's just one of the mini games from the game. And they're like themed, and they have like an art image for like the background of the board that you're traveling in your little coaster with your partner. And if it's a 2 versus 2 minigame, the character you chose as your partner is your CPU partner. And you know, you have to play through all these different worlds, and you have lives. So if you lose a minigame, you lose a life. And if you lose all your lives, you go back to the beginning of that world or the last time that you saved. And there's 8 worlds plus a bonus 9th world. And if you clear them all, you're able to purchase the battle minigames in the minigame island. All the minigames that you want to play in minigame mode in the first Mario Party, you have to buy with coins. And my Mario Party 1 cartridge has everything unlocked except for the battle minigames. So I was just like goofing around with that the other day. It is so hard. You have to beat it on hard. And so I'm playing on hard, and I'm in World 7, and beating some of those minigames is actually really, really challenging with the hard CPUs and like some of the RNG that's in there. And I gave up after about an hour. I was like, I got to do something else. This is not what I'm supposed to be doing today. But I'm gonna get back to it at some point. I'm gonna finish it. But I just think it's really neat. All that extra stuff that's in Mario Party 1. Like you can go into this sub menu. The other weird thing about Mario Party sub menus is that they're all like buildings. So instead of just like navigating through a bunch of stuff in like a graphical user interface, like a piece of software, you're like on a map with a bunch of buildings on it, and your little finger is going around, and it's like, oh, do you want to go in the option house or the minigame house? You know, and then you like go in there, the camera like dives down and goes into this building, and then you're kind of like carouseling around the inside of the building, and the camera's panning around, and there's different little objects, and each one is like a setting or whatever. And so it's such an abstract way to like get to a lot of this stuff. It makes it feel like it's easier for it to be forgotten. But you can go into this one shop in Mario Party 1, and you can use your stockpiled coins. Like every time you play Mario Party, when it gets to the end of the party, every coin that was earned by all 4 players goes into a piggy bank. And so you'll end up with like tens of thousands of coins if you play a lot. And then you go into the shop and you can buy like custom dice blocks. Not custom like you can make them, but custom in that they're different from the regular ones. And all these other various things. And then they go into your safe. You know, like the context is super abstract too. Like you're in a shop and you're buying these items, and then they're like, oh, we'll keep them in your safe for you. And then you can go into your safe and look at them, and it explains what they do, and they're actually settings that you can toggle on and off. So you can like add extra different dice blocks to the rotation of your Mario Party game. And it's like, oh, this one can only give a 1 to a 3 instead of a 1 to a 10. And this one can only give a 6 to a 10. And this one increases the number of hidden blocks that have extra stars or coins. And this one makes you switch places with another player. This one makes you go backwards. And you can like tweak the settings and turn them on and off. I don't know if any of the other Mario Party games have something like that. And I also feel like a lot of people that know Mario Party 1 specifically don't know or don't remember that it has that. It has so much little goofy, hidden, buried stuff. And I just think it's really cool. Mario Party 2 and 3 have less of that, but still quite a bit. Mario Party 3 actually has a ton of content, but most of it is related to the story mode of the game, which is also really wild.
Ben Kenobi, where is he? Come on.
Brack, thank you for the 200. Wonder if he means old Ben Kenobi. We gotta spin the wheel for you this morning, dude. This morning. It's 3 in the afternoon. I owe you a wheel spin from Tuesday. We're gonna do that before we get in to the game. I was just talking about... Of course I know him. He's me. I was just talking about Mario Party niche stuff. But Mario Party 3 is the one that we're going to use for ads. And the reason I settled on that is basically because there's not really anything left in Mario Party 1 and 2 that I can unlock with passive play, but there is stuff that I can unlock in Mario Party 3 with passive play. So it's to my advantage for us to use that as our new ads thing once Smash Bros is done, which will be like sometime next week. I still haven't announced when the dedicated Super Ads Bros tournament is gonna happen, so you haven't missed that. But that's gonna happen at some point. But we're gonna get started with like Mario Party ads during regular streams before the special Super Smash Bros finale stream happens. So just stay tuned. I gave precedence this week to announcing the charity stuff, which we're gonna go over in a minute as well. Just quickly, not like we did on Tuesday. I'm not gonna talk about it for 90 minutes, just for like 10 minutes. I need to turn this music down. It's super loud. I forgot to turn it down when I switched over because we were listening to a musical example. That's better. But yeah, Mario Party 3, I haven't unlocked all the mini games in minigame mode because unlike Mario Party 1 and 2, instead of buying the mini games with coins earned, you unlock the mini games in minigame mode by playing them in party mode, which sounds like it might be better, but it sucks because of the RNG. Like, you have to just hope that your cursor lands on the question mark minigame in the roulette instead of one that you've already played before. And until it lands on that one, you don't have it in minigame mode, and there's no way that you can buy it or anything like that. And especially when you're talking about like a 2 versus 2 or a 1 versus 3, like that doesn't always happen. So you have this rare instance of the 1 versus 3 and the 2 versus 2 versus a 4-player minigame that's already uncommon, and then when that roulette comes up, there might not even be a minigame in the roulette that you don't have. It might just be 5 games that you already have, so you don't even have a chance to unlock a new one in minigame mode. So I figure if we do that and it's sped up and sped up in the game, not like hardware accelerated, there's a speed up option. You know, eventually over time, hopefully I'll unlock the rest of the mini games. And there's one of those little option houses where you can go in and look at the mini games, and then it has these 2 offshoot rooms, and one of them is locked behind story mode. I know I've said this many times before, that, but like non-ironically, I would be a Mario Party streamer if people actually showed up for it and were into it. I would exclusively non-ironically stream Mario Party single player and like get like all the unlockables in like all the Mario Party games. I would have so much fun doing that. We used to do that for Mario Party 4 specifically for bonus streams because it's my favorite one, and I've like slowly chipped away at the story mode at that one. But the story mode in Mario Party 3 is immense. There's so much. You have to like pick a character and then like beat every board with that character. But there's all these like interstitial boards that have special rules that aren't like the regular boards, and you can't play on those boards in party mode. They're exclusive to story mode. And you have to, every time you beat a board, you get a rank from S to like D or whatever, you know, A, B, C, D, and then S is above A. And you have to get an S rank in like almost every single one. Not every single one, but you have to have like an 80% S rank or something like that with that particular character to unlock this rank called Miracle Star. There's like Superstar, Ultra Star, and Miracle Star. And Miracle Star is the highest rank that you can get. And until you reach that Miracle Star rank in story mode, you can't get into this one room of the option house. And it has like some extra little mini games in there that you can play, and it's not very much, but you can't get in there until you've done this story mode stuff. And there's a bunch of other little like secrets and whatnots in there. There's an unlockable board that I don't have. But the unfortunate thing with Mario Party 3 is that most of the unlockables are locked behind story mode stuff. They really wanted you to play the story mode, and I think the story mode is sick. There was actually a trend for a while. Like a group of streamers were streaming this challenge run that somebody came up with for Mario Party 3 story mode. There's a super hard difficulty in Mario Party 3 that you can unlock if you beat story mode on any difficulty. I don't have that unlocked, so all our CPUs will be on hard when we start doing ads, not super hard. But the challenge was to play as Donkey Kong and beat super hard story mode without using any continues. So basically, if you didn't get first place on one of the boards in story mode, you'd have to start the entire story mode over. It's like a Kaizo or a Mario Party Nuzlocke or whatever you want to call it. And it was like basically impossible, but it was really fun watching people try to do it. Just like, playing the RNG and getting kind of into the meta of like, well, so-and-so got a hidden block star, so I'm definitely not going to win the star total on the board. So how can I try to like work the bonus stars? Am I going to try to get some special dice blocks to land on happening spaces and go for happening star? Can I get some coins? Because it's really hard to win the mini games too against the super hard CPUs. So you can't just count on having minigame and coin star outright. And you have to use like pause buffer strats in some of the mini games to like be able to win because the computers are just TAS. Anyways, I love Mario Party so much. Even by myself, I love Mario Party. Let's talk about the charity stuff really quick before we get into the game. Let me see if I can crank this out in 6 minutes. I announced on Tuesday the details for Heart Week, which is coming up next month. Let's see. I need to go over to this screen or you're not going to be able to see anything. I will be doing a week of charity streams for the American Heart Association. That's the wrong thing. Here we go. This is my schedule. These are the games that I'm going to be playing. Monday, February 16th through Friday, February 20th. Is going to be the dates. That's a Monday through a Friday. You only get the Friday stream if we reach a certain amount of funds raised by the end of the Thursday stream. So I'm only currently slated to do 4 days in a row of streams, but you'll get an extra 5th day if we reach that 1,500 milestone. There's going to be all kinds of rewards and targets, mostly rewards, just one target, kind of the opposite of last year. That you can donate towards. You can just throw your donation into the big bucket that raises the total, and that's great. That's perfect. But you can also put donations towards something specific that will influence things that happen in the game. So for the Monday and Tuesday game, it's very straightforward. It's basically just a way to make the game longer and see more of the game. On Monday, Star Wars Shadow of the Empire is like a third-person Doom clone Star Wars game that is based around one of the characters from the Shadows of the Empire book. He's like a side character in the book and doesn't appear super often, but he is an important part of the story, Dash Rendar. He's kind of like a budget Han Solo type. Very similar character to Han Solo. But kind of sees himself as like a rival to Han Solo. He's like a cocky smuggler pilot with a sidekick. But his sidekick is a droid rather than a Wookiee. And he's very hot-headed and sure of himself, that kind of stuff. But he thinks he's better than Han Solo. And you play as him, play through a bunch of missions. It's very straightforward. It's very fun. It's got a very specific vibe that I really, really like. It's a launch window title for the N64. It was actually developed before the N64 came out. Has a very interesting dev history. But there's these challenge points you can collect in the game. There's 87 of them. And I'm not going to collect any of them unless you pay for it. So if you want to see more of that game, you can grab this $5 reward, and every one of those that gets claimed, out of the total 87 available, I will collect one challenge point. And they're usually just like things that show off hidden rooms, or you have to do some expert platforming or fighting to get to. I get to choose which ones they are. I'll just grab whichever one I see if people start redeeming them. But I'll be forced to collect however many people pay for. For the Tuesday game, Yoshi's Story, Really interesting setup for a game. There are 6 worlds, each with 4 levels, 24 levels total, but you only need to beat 1 level from each world in order to progress through the game and beat the game. So you only need to play through 6 levels to beat Yoshi's Story. It can go very, very quickly. So if you want me to play more of Yoshi's Story, you can add 1 level for $5. There are also secret black and white Yoshi characters that you can find in a couple of the levels. Those are $25 rewards. On Wednesday, I'll be doing an any % speedrun of Link's Awakening DX for the Game Boy Color. I have been doing some studying, taking some notes, doing some practicing. I've played Link's Awakening several times, multiple versions, but I've never attempted to go through it quickly or skip anything. So I do have a lot to learn. World record for that game is like an hour and 45 minutes, so I think I can do it in 5 hours. Pretty confident we'll finish that game. But if we don't, we don't. You'll be able to claim a reward for the file name, which is, Link's name. It's a little less expensive than the Ocarina of Time file name from last year because it's not going to get as much airtime. We're going to steal from the shop for this speedrun because it's necessary. And so for most text boxes throughout the game, we are going to be referred to as Thief. But you will see the file name when we save and quit, which is actually quite often to like warp back to the beginnings of dungeons or to get back to certain places in the overworld and whatnot. And then there's a target in pink here. The pink color text is for targets. The yellow is for rewards. The difference is that a target is a bucket that people can fill up together and chip away at. The yellow ones, the rewards, are 1 person, 1 single donation, limited quantity, first come, first serve. So that color dungeon is a $150 bucket or progress bar, however you want to think about it, that people can throw $5, $10, $1 towards. And if it reaches that full 150, then I will do the optional bonus color dungeon that's exclusive to the Game Boy Color DX version. And then we'll get our blue tunic to finish the rest of the game with that gives us double defense. There's a specific reason why we don't choose the red tunic for the purposes of the speed run. Otherwise, I would have made that like a bid war or something. And the way the color dungeon would work is there's a specific time in the speed run route where you would normally do that. But I'm going to do it such that I will stop what I'm doing and do the color dungeon right when that gets met. Within reason. If I'm in the middle of a dungeon, I'll probably finish that dungeon and then go to the color dungeon. But I won't save it to like the end of the speed run like they normally would. And then on Thursday, the big boy speed run is Pokemon Silver any %. Now this one is exciting for a couple of reasons. There's a lot of rewards to claim because we have a player name, which is like the trainer character our file name. Then there's the rival's name that we fight against several times throughout the run. The classic red-haired guy, Silver is his name in the manga. Fantastic character in the manga. One of my favorites in the whole arc. And then we have the Totodile name. Totodile is our starter, as well as the Pokemon that does all the fighting in the game. So in Pokemon Blue last year, we had Nidoking, who fought in like 90% of all the fights. Well, in Pokemon Silver, it's Feraligatr. It is the Pokemon that we will use for every single fight in the game. There are no other Pokemon that battle on our screen. So you can claim their name, and then you can also grab a $25 reward for the Cutter. We will need a Pokemon to learn Cut. And that one's kind of neat because you get to pick the species of the Pokemon between 3 options and their name. So that one's kind of a high value. They're not going to do any battling. They're not really going to have a lot of screen time, but they will be in our party the whole time. You'll see that name and their cute little sprite anytime we go into the Pokemon menu, which will be quite often. You can choose between Bellsprout, Sandshrew, and Sentret for the Cutter. Those are the 3 options for the species, and then you can, name them whatever you want as long as it's 10 characters or less, and it's appropriate for stream. We will also be catching the red Gyarados. who is very cool, very fun. You're actually required to encounter the red Gyarados in the game, so it just makes sense for us to catch them and then use them for Whirlpool and Waterfall, so that we don't have to teach them to our main battle Pokemon. So you can claim the name for the red Gyarados, our Whirlpool Waterfall Pokemon. And then this is the cool part. Pokemon Silver technically ends in some capacity when you beat the Elite Four. You get your 8 badges, then you go through Victory Road, you fight the Elite Four, you become the champion, roll credits. But after that, the whole post-game opens up, and there's the entirety of Kanto, and you can go fight 8 more gym leaders, and then you can go up Mount Silver and fight Pokemon Trainer Red. Well, that's all up for grabs if you pay for it. If you don't pay for it, my speedrun will end after we beat the Elite Four and roll credits. But you can cash in a reward of $20 for each one of the Kanto gym leaders. So however many of those get claimed is how many I will do. It's completely non-linear, so they're all separate rewards for each individual trainer. You know, if you want to see Misty and Surge and Sabrina, maybe we only do those 3. But if the first 7 Kanto gym leaders all get claimed, then I will open up an additional reward for Blue, who is the 8th gym leader. He's the only one that's not available until you do all the other 7. And then if we get all of those claimed, all 8 Kanto gym leaders, then I'll open up the last incentive to fight Red on top of Mount Silver, which is the hardest fight in the game. And yes, we still do it with just for Alligator. It's wild, but it's an expensive road to get there if you want to see it. And then if we reach that $1,500 total, by the end of the Pokemon stream, you'll get to see Chrono Trigger on Friday. Getting some RPGs in the mix this time around. Very excited about that. RPGs besides Pokemon. It's totally separate in my brain. I don't know about for you. Let's talk about milestones really quick, and then we'll be done. So in addition to that $1,500 milestone for Chrono Trigger, there is also another milestone every $500, except for the first $500. So the first $1,000, I've got something in the works that I'm calling Tasty Treat Time. It's going to be multiple caffeinated beverages, at least one extremely special, rare, special soda, and at least one extremely rare, special, like savory snack and sweet snack. So there's just going to be like a big, like set aside time where we're going to check out some wild and wicked, edible things and drinkable things, and show them off and hang out and chat and whatever. That'll happen at no particularly appointed time. It'll happen at a convenient time after we pass that milestone. Friday stream, pretty self-explanatory. The $2,000 milestone is one that you should be keeping your eye on and setting your sights on. At $2,000 raised, I will order a pizza immediately. Here's the twist. There will be 5 rewards available, and each one is a topping for this pizza. So you can claim a $25 reward to choose any topping that you want to go on a pizza, as long as it's something that the place has, and I'm not allergic to it, which shouldn't be anything. I don't think there are any pizza toppings you could pick that a place would have that I'm allergic to. But other than that, there will be no restrictions. So it doesn't have to be tasty. It doesn't have to go well. I guess the other restriction is you can't choose one that's already been picked. I want all 5 of them to be different. So once we pass that $2,000 milestone and all 5 of those toppings have been claimed and decided, so an additional $125 if they haven't been claimed by the time we reach 2,000, which would be surprising to me. But those 2 things go together. So that could be really wild and fun. I'm excited and anxious about that. If we make it to 2,500 by the end of the week, I will do a dedicated acoustic guitar VGM concert for you with a bunch of original arrangements of video game music that I've put together over the years. There's a lot of Final Fantasy music in there. There's some Mario music in there, and some other goodies. It's like 45 minutes of music. I already know what all the songs are. There's some Zelda in there. So 45 minute-ish, maybe a little bit more, acoustic guitar VGM concert by yours truly. That would be a separate stream after the marathon. If we somehow make it to 3,000, I will finish all of the playthroughs that I don't finish during the marathon on stream after the marathon. So this would mostly be for Chrono Trigger, but also like, you know, Shadows of the Empire, I probably am not going to beat that game in 5 hours. It's a decently long game. Yoshi's Story, depending on how many levels get added, I might not beat that game in 5 hours. We plan to beat Zelda and Pokemon, but if for some reason I'm not able to finish them in 5 hours, I will still stop the stream, because all the streams are going to be fixed length this year. I won't be going into any extra overtime. And then Chrono Trigger. We would finish Chrono Trigger. I don't expect us to reach all of these milestones, but last year we raised just over $2,000, which was absolutely mind-blowing. And when I came up with the milestones last year, I kind of put 2,000 out there as like the unreachable, like joke milestone, but then we hit it. So this year, I figured I need to set it up in such a way that there's always something to go after, you know? So I don't really expect us to get to 3,000, but, you know, if we're in a scenario where we've made it to 2,000, which is a wonderful milestone to have reached, I still want to have something on the table to incentivize people to just further donate towards the overall cause. So with that being said, donate responsibly. Obviously, only give if you can. Only give what you can responsibly give. This is not a required or obligated thing. It's for fun. It's for awareness. And also, for what it's worth, I do have shadowy, mysterious back pocket incentives for 3,500 and 4,000 if y'all try to back me into a corner. So there will always be something to put your donations towards. If we run out of rewards and targets like we did last year, because literally everything got redeemed, if we run out of milestones, which also happened last year, I want to be a little bit more prepared this time. Last year was my first time doing it. I didn't really know what level of participation to expect. So I'm going to try to meet y'all where you're at, or at least where we were at last year. We'll see what happens. I have an incentive tracker here that's graphical. Red X's will appear over these things once they're claimed. You'll be able to pull this up on screen with a command during the streams to quickly reference what's still available, because Tiltify doesn't really have a good way to do that. So I just decided to make some of my own assets this year. And I'll probably have a way for you to pull up the milestones tracker as well. I have green check marks that will appear on these as they get redeemed, and this white bar will turn green and fill up as we get closer. It's not going to be like real time where it'll like creep between, you know, I have to like manually edit this thing in my art program, but I will have it open while I'm streaming and I will make edits on the fly real quick, like, because I'm a boss like that. And this graphic will get red lines across the incentives that are claimed too, but probably not during streams, because that's a lot of time. Anyways, that's all the charity stuff. I went a little overtime. Thanks for listening to me. I'm going to continue to harp on these things until we get there. The last thing that I want to say is that donations will open the week before the marathon. So the marathon is February 16th through 20th, but donations are going to open on February 9th, which is the Monday before. So if you want to get like the first run at some of those rewards that you can only get if you're the first person there to claim it, like the file names and stuff or whatever, Pokemon names, go into the Discord server if you're not already there, join, go into the notify channel and add the role for news. I have a specific role for different things in the Discord server so that people only get the notifications that they want to get. If you have the news role, you will get pinged every Monday when I post my like weekly update with like the schedule and what's coming down the pipe or whatever. So that Monday, February 9th, Monday update post is going to be when the donations open. So that role will get pinged. It'll have the link to the Tiltify page, information. So if you want to be the first one through the door on some of those incentives, that's the way to do it. So you have been warned. That's when that's going to open. And I will continue to plug it throughout that preliminary week. I'm going to be harping on this every day that I'm live. So get used to it before we get there. Because I want to build hype. I want to make sure people know what's going on. There are so many crusties on my nose. So I'll try to make my spiels shorter and shorter and more concise. We usually chat for about a half an hour before I start stream, and I want to try to stick to that as much as possible, but still make sure that I'm including the charity stuff. So with that said, let's go over here and let's play some Blue Dragon, shall we? Also, Raised, welcome in. I don't remember if I said hello to you or not. Thank you again for the cute Toon Link wavy emote. I really like that one. All right, we're going to play some Blue Dragon today. We're not going to connect to Xbox Live. Oh, we got to do that wheel spin for Brack, though. I almost forgot. Let's do that. Let me turn on the roaming mic. Hi, Nima. What's up, Poochie girl? What's going on? All right, switch over to the other mic. And we're going to go to the wide shot. No, this one. And turn this music back on for a second. All right, first spin of the day. Pink and orange wedges are locked. It's for Brack. If something needs to be decided. Brack threw out some bits on Tuesday, and we crossed the 500 threshold right at the end of the stream, and so we banked this spin. It's a pink wedge. No Discord Despot for Brack, unfortunately. He'd love to steal it away from Holy Gad. But that does unlock pink wedges for the rest of the stream, so somebody else might be able to steal away that Discord Despot role, which is very enticing. But it does mean that we will be tasting a soda. And we're gonna do that probably not after the first ad break, because that's coming up very soon here, but probably after the second ad break. We will do a soda tasting. Thank you for the kisses, Nima. Thank you so much. So many kisses on my knee. How come you're being so sweet to me, huh? You usually don't care about me at all when I'm sitting here. Okay, we're gonna load save slot 5, and I'm gonna see if I can do a recap of what happened last week in 10 minutes. We got to disc 2 last week, which is very exciting. I have 2 pages of notes to go through. Do you guys think I can do it? I bet none of you believe in me. Okay. So we literally started day 10 at the disc change. We met with the King of Jabral after the feast. He vows to destroy Nene and take him out. He says he's going to send Zola north to examine some ancient ruins. Jabral fears that Nene will try to reactivate some of these ancient weapons that we heard about in Mural Village. And basically Shu is like, hey, well, we should go with you. We can help. Or we should go with Zola. And Shu also says like that he feels responsible for Nene escaping because he feels like they've had opportunities to stop him, and they haven't been able to. And, you know, then Shu gets some kudos from Kluk. She's like, wow, you're growing up. You're not just a blockhead. Then we got spit out onto the world map, and for the first time, we're presented with an option to do something off the beaten path. We spent a lot of time on the world map in this game so far, in the first disc, but all the wandering around was either gatekept by really, really high-level enemies that we couldn't get past, or, like, towns or areas that we couldn't get into for one reason or the other. But for the first time, we were actually able to engage with some things that wasn't the required destination. So that's been a switch flipped on disc 2. And we worked our way south towards where the Gorgo are from, Alumaru Village, which is where we are right now, because we heard about some stuff that was going on there, and we wanted to check it out. Getting back to while we're still in Jabral, we say goodbye to like our families again. Fushira, Shu's grandfather. He commends Shu. He's like, I understand why you feel like you have to go out again. I wish you well. Good luck. You know, care about you. All that kind of stuff. And then we see the boys, Shu and Jiro, spying on Zola, kind of at like nighttime. And King Jabral gifts Zola this like heirloom bejeweled ring, and says like, oh, this is like this very special, like, you know, thing that's been around for a long time, and it has like mystical powers and high value and everything, and I want you to have it. And Zola doesn't take it as a romantic gesture, but it's very clear from Jabral's body language that it kind of is a romantic gesture. And she just grabs it and she's like, oh, thanks. And she puts it on the marriage finger. And Jabral gets like really flustered. He's like, wait, Zola, putting that ring on that finger means you're accepting marriage. And it's I guess it's like kind of ambiguous if he like is actually romantically interested in her, but he clearly like really cares about her a lot. And seems to be interested in her like a little bit, but she's either just blissfully unaware, or she's playing it cool, or she's like messing with him, I guess. I don't know. And then Shu makes a joke to Jiro, like, oh, I should give Kluk a ring. And of course we know that Jiro is definitely romantically interested in Kluk, and we know that Shu definitely is ignorant of it and doesn't understand. It's like he hasn't like realized that people can be like romantically interested in other people yet. Like he's still baby. Like he hasn't hit puberty yet or whatever. So he sees the gesture as just like, oh, this person is their friend and they gave them something. And Jiro's like, what do you mean you want to give Kluk a ring? Why would you want to do that? You know, he gets really flustered. He presses Shu for his intentions. Shu's completely aloof and oblivious. And then Shu thinks that Jabral giving Zola a ring is just like this purely platonic thing. Welcome in, Gad. And then Jiro has this really dumb idea. I guess he's trying to avoid telling Shu how he really feels about Kluk. And so this is like his cover, but it's a really bad idea because he's like, well, maybe we should both give Kluk a ring, and then she can like choose which one she likes better. And like really, really, he's like, let's make it into a game. And see which one she picks. So we go and we save, and then we actually play a mini game where we make a ring. And I actually did this twice. We did it once, and then I reset and went back to the save and did it again. because I was curious if we could get like different results, and I also felt like I didn't do it very well. And I think you get the same result every time, maybe not, but our result that we got both times was Kluk taking both of the rings from the boys and putting them both on and saying, oh, they're so great, I just can't decide. And then the 2 rings that we make have actual stats based on how we do in the minigame, and they're actually in our inventory as accessories, and Kluk can wear one of them or the other. And Jiro's ring is better statistically, which was the outcome that I wanted. You know, I feel like if it's like canon, I want her to wear Jiro's ring, because I don't want Jiro to get his butt hurt. Thank you for the... Wow, look at those LOTR emotes. Where did you get those, Gad? Those are great. 2 rings to rule them all. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh man, that was a big sneeze. Wowie. Oh, those are res emotes. That's amazing. Yo, Respectable Street, welcome in. How are you doing? I know you usually go by street, but I have another community member that goes by street. Do you ever go by anything else? Nice to see you. How's it going? We're just doing a bit of a recap of last week. So we did Bob. Okay, I don't know if that's a serious answer or not, but I'll call you Bob. We finished the ring game, and then that was the end of disc 1. We find out that we need to meet with someone named Sarah in Gorgo Village, which is the same thing as Alumaru Village. The cool little bit of world building. People who aren't Gorgo just call it Gorgo Village because it's where the Gorgo live. The Gorgo are like a race of people in this game. But the Gorgo, or people who are like friendly with the Gorgo or compassionate, empathetic towards the Gorgo, call it by its actual name, Alumaru Village. On our way there, not really knowing where we were going. Whatever you want to call me. All right, cool. I might call you Street. I might call you Bob. I guess if the 2 of you aren't in the chat at the same time, it's not that. It's only confusing for me to call you both Street. So that's workable. On the way here, we met a criminal in the Forest of Exile. And his name was Guru, like the guy from Zelda with the windy music box. And apparently, Guru tells us that he attempted to steal a special gemstone from the Gorgo tribe that was gifted to them by the previous king of Jabral. And that's why he was locked away. He was caught by the chief, he was exiled, and his lover, counterpart, Sarah, is awaiting his return like a sailor's wife on a widow's walk, you know, just kind of staring out into the sea. Except for her, it's a bell in the town square. So we got to this town. After that, we started exploring, you know, we examined everything, we looted everything. Then we met with Sarah and kind of learned a little bit more. She says that Guru didn't steal the gemstone and he was set up. We learn about the village chief whose name is Jilala, and he is not a good guy. He's a really bad guy. He's been trying to kind of like coerce Sarah into like being in a relationship with him. I said this last week. It feels like something from like classic folklore, where like a man who is like rich and powerful is jealous of like a poor man's lover because the poor man is like with like the most beautiful girl in town or the village or whatever, you know, and he wants her for himself and like contrives a way through his money and power and influence or whatever to like you know, like kill the man or make him disappear or make him ostracized or whatever so that he can try to like swoop in and then like, he does that, but then the woman still loves the previous man and doesn't go for the rich, powerful guy, and then the rich, powerful, despotic guy freaks out or whatever. I feel like that's a really common trope that they're using here, and he's playing into all of that. So we also learned that he became the village chief under suspicious circumstances. We didn't get any details on exactly what that was. But after seeing Sarah pining by the bell in the town square and ringing it to remember her lost love, who has been exiled, he just takes the bell. He's like, all right, we're going to take this thing down. We also find out that Jilala destroyed the home that Sarah and Guru lived in. It was made to look like an accident and the house burned down, but come on. And this was after he was already exiled. He did this trying to force Sarah to move in with him. He was like, oh, I've got this nice big mansion. I'm so sorry about your home being destroyed. You can come live with me. You know, he's doing this kind of sneaky, snaky stuff. But she moves in with her friend Chelina instead on the other side of town. We go to Jilala's house after these interactions, and there's these two guards taking the bell into this big like vault dungeon thing that's behind Jilala's house, and they decide to bail. We go investigate, and the place is unlocked. So we go in and we're looking around, and that's where we left off last week. We were in this big dungeon area that's some kind of like vault, loot cave, or maybe something else behind Jilala's house. And I backed out here to save because we hadn't found a save point in there yet. We've explored quite a bit of it, but I don't know how much is left. So we're going to get back into that, maybe get some more lore about the Gorgo, and probably resolve this plot line with Sarah, Guru, and Jilala. I'm going to run the ad. Look at that, we did it. Just right on the hour. I'm going to run the ad. We're going to see our first match between this new set of characters. It's Mario versus Captain Falcon for the next 11 ad breaks. The penultimate regular season matchup of Super Ads Bros. I'll see you in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here, folks.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Man, Mario's looking strong here, y'all. I didn't see all this matchup, but I've seen a decent chunk of it. Also, I don't know if you saw at the beginning, Mario won the warm-up. But Captain Falcon takes round 1, nonetheless. It was very close. It was very close. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this matchup. We're expecting Captain Falcon to have a strong showing here. The standings are a little bit off right now. It's currently showing Captain Falcon is tied for 3rd, but he's actually 2nd overall. He's just being brought down by a really low score in his average here. But we'll do some projections here, as we like to do. If Captain Falcon were to go 11-0 here, he would actually take 1st place away from Fox, which is pretty wild. Fox is also having his average temporarily decked down, though, because he has one more matchup to go. The last matchup is Fox versus Samus. But still, interesting proposition for the Cap. But yeah, he's technically in 2nd place right now over Link, but because of the way the stats work, I don't have a way for it to not factor in the current matchup. That's too complicated for my Google Sheets brain. Whereas Mario, if Mario were to win this matchup, he would be in 3rd place. Pretty comfortably. If he were to, let's see, if he just won 6 of the 11, you know, clinch the matchup, minimum to clinch, he'd be in 5th place. Which is actually currently where he's sitting. So Mario needs to arrive in a very, very big way. If he were to go 10 on a run of 10 in a row after this, he could get all the way up to 3rd place. How many would he need for 4th? Let's see. Oh, okay. There's not actually a way for him to get 4th because of there's like ties and stuff. He can be 5th or he can be 3rd. Weird. Anyways, let's get back to the game, shall we? We actually haven't started yet. Turn the controller back on. So we need to make our way back to this dungeon. But before we do, I'm going to see if I can find somewhere to sleep and rest, because we're missing a bunch of health. I think there's an inn over here. We actually got a really cool couple bits of lore on the Gorgos here that I was not expecting. Shop, thank you. We learned a little bit about some of their history, and basically there's 2 types of Gorgos, kind of like subtypes. And they each have like a history on like how they came together and how they split apart. And I wasn't expecting to get that. We also ran into yeah, this is where we learned it, the Scholar's House. There's a bunch of books in here that we read. That also, he also kind of like introduced this idea of like, how they view theology in their culture. And versus like how he personally views theology, and belief systems, and it was surprisingly nuanced. You know, he was talking about like how he thinks that there's like certain things about, you know, believing in a higher power that he thinks are beneficial and can help balance someone's life, but other things that he thinks are dangerous and precipitous and, you know, not well balanced. And he didn't really like, he didn't like commit to one idea or the other entirely. You know, he was just kind of like taking a look at both options and weighing the pros and cons. Well, maybe we can't sleep here. These guys are so big. It's so funny. But yeah, these big guys are the Gorgo beast folk, and then we have these guys that are like, what are they called? Like divine Gorgo? Which is a little sussy of a name, I guess. But, okay, I guess there's no way to heal. Oh, wait. Yes, there is. I know where the inn is. Okay, it's coming back to me. It's on the other side of town. It's on the way to where we're going. There's a tavern with a famous dancer. But we haven't got to meet or see the dancer yet. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the show where they will perform. But yeah, all the stuff that we're doing right now with the Gorgo, I believe is completely optional. So I'm assuming we're going to get some kind of reward beyond just the reward of, you know, lore and world building and the experience gained by battling. I'm assuming we're going to get some kind of tangible reward, some more tangible, immediate, measurable reward, like an item or a sum of money. Oh, she dancing now. The dancing is happening. Okay, well, before we sleep, just in case that ends the dancing. It's great. Man of many words. Kurudin, how nice. Kurudin. Kurudin, which is Krillin's name in the Japanese version of Dragon Ball, by the way. Kurudin is great. Hi, Krillin. Can I talk to you while you're dancing? No, it makes sense that I can't. I can't go up here. Well, there she is. She's dancing. Krillin. To this, like, loungy, cheesy organ. Alright, we're gonna sleep here. We have a lot of money these days in this game. Finally. The first stretch of this game was pretty tough for funds. Ah, this tea is so good. I'm drinking the mint green tea, weird tea today. It's so light. Whenever I want a really light experience, it's always the one that I reach for. I like all the weird tea flavors, but they all have kind of like a different vibe. And some of the flavors are really strong flavors, which is sometimes not what I want. The peach is kind of like in the middle, but the acai palm is really strong. The like black tea with mixed berry, I forget what that one is. It's quite similar to the acai palm, actually. Those are both very strong flavors. And the red one and the peach one are kind of in the middle. The red one is still my favorite. I need to buy another case of the reds. Okay, so here we are back in the treasure storehouse. All the enemies are going to have respawned. So we're going to have to do a couple of refights here. This dungeon has this classic Dragon Quest mechanic where there's a basement floor that you can fall into that has a bunch of treasure and enemies in it. And you can fall into it from above from like a bunch of different places. And you have to figure out how to navigate the upper part of the dungeon without falling down. Let's do just ground on these penguins. Yeah. Oh yeah, and we seemingly have Zola permanently in our party now, which is great. Zola's amazing. We love Zola. And then plus just having 5 party members is fantastic. We can do so many things with 5 different actions per turn. Shout out Final Fantasy IV, my beloved. And it doesn't have the footfall of the 5 party thing in FF4 where like you have to have either 3 front row or 2 back row or 2 front row, 3 back row, and you can't have any other permutations. That's the only thing that sucks about the 5 party system in FF4. Let's hit the back row here. And then you should die to this. And then hopefully Maru can mow down to get rid of these chumps. Charge just a bit. Oh, okay, never mind. Charged it a little too much. Whatever, it works. He sit. We've got everybody except for Kluk running Generalist right now. Because we want as many additional accessory and skill slots as possible. I've decided to just, like, rush Generalist with everybody. Because it makes the most sense. Basically, until the game puts me into a situation where I need a specific class to be stronger, I'm gonna stay Generalist. We have lower stats as a Generalist, but it hasn't really been a problem. It might be inflating the difficulty of the game a little bit, which I don't really mind because the difficulty has been pretty Goldilocks for me so far. I'm not really looking for a ball buster of an RPG right now. Can you die, please? Thank you. Alright, the one that's not asleep is dead, so we're good. Now we can start whacking on this guy. There's the slow charge that I wanted last time. I was afraid to hold on to it for too long, but it doesn't matter. And we're following this glowing blue dot here. We believe that the treasure that Guru is supposedly guilty of stealing was actually pocketed by Jilala and is somewhere in this treasure vault. Because when we entered here... Oh, don't turn around. No, Ace of Base. I was trying to sneak up on you. Lost. Yeah, turn around. Oh, he's doing all kinds of weird glitchy stuff. Look at him. That was weird. The way he was pivoting like a old-timey pedestal fan. Alright, whatever. That might count as initiative. These guys are really strong, so I don't want them to go first. Oh, they're gonna go first anyways. Okay. The more we fight them, though, I feel like the yellow ones were scarier. I assumed these guys were gonna be stronger because we were seeing them second. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe the yellow ones are actually stronger. I'm still putting them to sleep, though, because that's the strategy that we learned when we fought the yellow ones the first time. What was I talking about? Oh, the plot. Do we need to heal? I don't think we do. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and... Oh, we do. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and... 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 We're gonna go ahead and Not really. You could just defend. The plot. So when we entered this place, Zola's ring that she got from Jabral reacted, and we are inclined to believe that that means that one of the other rings is nearby, which would be the one that was taken from, or not taken from Guru, but the one that he was accused of stealing. Okay, so we've made it back to where we were before. So here's an example of one of the pits we can fall into. I'm going to now resume mashing the examine button on all the walls. Luckily, we can't re-examine things that we've already examined. Ah, yes, I remember this place. Okay, so this is literally where we made it to. We're supposed to go that way, but there's two other paths. And naturally, we're going to explore everything. Weirdly, there's just a guy standing over there. We haven't seen a guy in here. I don't think it's Jilala. I'm assuming he's not going to be in here. I'm assuming he's in his mansion. We're in, like, his backyard right now. Guy has a whole mine cave system in his backyard. You alright, Nima? When Nima came up to me earlier and was, like, looking at me, apparently she was trying to tell me that she was gonna throw up. Because, like, 10 minutes later, she went downstairs and threw up on the floor. She's been so, hungry, like, the last month or so. Very strange, like... It's very unusual for a dog of her age to just have, like, a spike in appetite. She's not, like, old, but she's not, you know, like, at a young, youthful life stage where that would typically happen. So it's very odd. I have not increased her food because it's very, like, formulaic what we're supposed to feed the dogs based on their weight, you know, and it's recommended by their vet. And, like, the breeds of dogs that they are notoriously food-motivated dogs, and they'll basically just eat however much food that you put in front of them as, like, an instinctive response, you know. They're like scavengers that, like, a long time ago when they were not domesticated, you know, they were genetically predisposed to, oh, if there's food, eat all of it, because we don't know when we're going to eat next, you know? So they would just scarf and overeat because they might have to sustain themselves for a really, really long time before they eat again. Okay, here's another pit. This is the other side of the ones we just looked at. And so I don't know if she threw up because she was hungry, which is a thing that they will do, or she may have thrown up because she got into something. Because she's been so extra hungry the last couple of months, she's been a little bit more mischievous and, like, snooping a lot, you know, like eating random things that aren't food, or, like, trying to pick up crumbs off of Backlog Baby's, you know, spill mat that's underneath where he eats and things like that. Oh, that's not a guy. Okay, it's just a penguin. I see it now. From far away, it looked like a guy who was, like, turned around and kind of like, I thought it was one of the skinny Gorgo guys. So yeah, I think she might be spitting up or having bad poops sometimes because she's picking up little specks of things that her GI is not trained for. Because the little guy eats pretty much the same stuff that we do, but sometimes in like different forms. And sometimes he eats things that are like a mishmash of a whole bunch of stuff, you know, made into like a thing that he can like pick up and eat. And that's the kind of thing where if a dog gets that and eats it, they're getting this like super compact, like tiny little bit of a whole bunch of different stuff that their system is not ready for. So that's kind of like a recipe for disaster. Not like in a dangerous way necessarily, but just like... Okay, let me just not get surprised by you. They still get to go first, though. They're super fast. But yeah, these guys must just be weaker than the yellow ones. But yeah, Nima's gonna have to wait till next ad break to get her dinner, because that's when dinner time is. And for us, it's gonna be soda time. I need to start thinking about what I want to get. Instead of putting them to sleep with Kluk, I'm just gonna start using magic. Because I'm not scared of these guys anymore. Kevin McAllister. There's been a lot of Mistwalker love in my Twitch circle recently. It's been pretty cool to see. There's like 3 Twitch friends playing Lost Odyssey right now. And a lot of chatter about Blue Dragon. Some chatter about Last Story. Very cool. I've been trying not to watch too much of the Last Story streams, but it's difficult when it's someone that you really like and normally watch playing it. So as a consequence, I've seen a little bit of it, and it looks great. I really want to play it. Apparently there's this meme that I wasn't aware of, but I guess I get where it came from. Apparently there's this meme that like a lot of like curmudgeon types like to call Lost Odyssey Final Fantasy 13. Because I guess it came out around the same time as Final Fantasy 13, but it's made by the guy who made Final Fantasy. I think Final Fantasy 13 is a great game. I like it a lot, so I probably wouldn't say that. I remember actually calling Bravely Default Final Fantasy 13, or maybe I called it Final Fantasy 14. I don't remember around the time, because that was around the time that I think they tried Final Fantasy 14 the second time and it was actually successful and people liked it, or maybe it was right before that. And that was when everybody was mad at Final Fantasy 14. I remember when Bravely Default came out, but I don't remember when the different phases of 14 were. Bravely Default came out in 2013. 2013 and 14 were massive years for the 3DS. Who do I want to give this defense +1 to? I guess Jiro. Our squishy little boy. I am quite turned around at this particular moment. The best way for me to navigate is by utilizing treasure chests that aren't open and examining everything. Because if I'm in a place where I can examine stuff, then I know I'm in new territory. I feel like this is going to be a trap floor right here to the basement, but we're going to find out. I'm just checking on Zola's experience. I'm giving her all stray experience because she's a little bit behind. Okay, I don't know what that was. Oh, yep, there it is. Looney Tunes down to the basement. We're gonna get jumped by a circle of... Oh, wait! Okay, this is awesome, actually. We saw this raised platform the last time we were down here with a chest on it, and we didn't know how to get to it. Here it is. These guys are kind of strong. They also have huge defense. We can't do nearly as much damage to them as we can to the other folks. So we're going to use some magic. That was a great counterattack, though. Holy crap. I think they have, like, different stances, but I haven't fought them enough to figure that out, or paid close enough attention. We got to do a multi-wave battle down here where we fought, like, 8 of these in a row, which was by far the most we've ever done in one go. It was pretty cool, watching all, like, the bonuses stack up and stuff. Yeah, there they are. The first time we fell down in the center of that circle. But I'm loving the Mistwalker love. I'm very, very tantalized by the prospect of playing more Mistwalker games. I really want to play Fantasian. I really want to play Lost Odyssey now. And because I'm liking this game so much, it makes me want to play the other Blue Dragon games. Please don't attack Shu. Please don't attack Shu. Okay, good. Shu's about to die. Nice counter, Morrow. Yeah, you can just end this fight. What does that leave? What does that leave for Mistwalker once I've played those? There's the other Blue Dragon games. There's 2 of them for DS. There's Lost Odyssey. There's Fantasian. What else is there for Mistwalker? What am I forgetting? Oh, there's Ash, which there's no official way for me to play, but there is a way for me to play. Oh, we got another one of the mystery parts. I feel like that might be it. There's not that many Mistwalker games. I've already played Last Story. That's why I'm not counting that one. Although I would like to play it again at some point. It does have a New Game Plus mode, if I recall correctly. Someday. I still have my printed strategy guide for it. From some, like, really funny username. Like, very, like, of the era username that I can't remember. Okay, so how do I get down from here? Do I just... Oh, okay, I just fall right off. I'm not gonna fight these guys again. Oh, Lord, they're chasing me. Spooky sound. Sounds like a bag of rice coming after me. Okay, and this takes me back up to the front room, basically. We've got to be getting close to the end of this dungeon. There's not that many paths left that we can take. I'm actually going to pause right here for a second. I got to go do something really quick. This is not an ad break, but I got to go do something really quick, and then I'm going to go ahead and feed the pups. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll put some tunes on for you. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Pause the music. Back to the game. Okay. So, I guess the one luxury here is I think I can just follow the blue dot now. I don't think there's any optional paths left. I guess we could get led to a new fork that we haven't seen yet, but... like, we've fully explored this wing. All the way to it. Oh, dang it. I went a little too far. That's okay. I thought there was music in here. Oh god, hearing that in stereo. You all are hearing this in mono. But because I stream in mono. But hearing that like bag of rice shaky sound pan around me was very unsettling. Okay, let's do this again. So we've been this way. We've examined everything. And then it forks off to the right. And then this led to the three-way fork, right? Or no, this is not the three-way fork. Was this the three-way fork? No, that's just a very quick dead end. This is going to be the three-way fork. Yeah, the penguin was over there. That's a dead end. And then this is a dead end. And now we go this way. And we've examined this path. But we've got another fork. And you go that way. Okay, so let me just make sure. This was the last hole that we fell in, I believe. Oh, okay, so we're not done examining this hallway. So when I come back this way, I need to go to the left. I just got to remember that. Okay, yeah, this is the last trapdoor that we went down. There it is. Okay. I could have sworn there was music in this dungeon before, but maybe not. We're back in Xenosaga mode. Okay, we've apparently already examined all of these walls. This looks like somewhere where we would fall down, but it can't be. Okay. And then you're going to go to the right. Oh, there's a big boy. Okay, this must be it. Yeah, there's a big door with a big boy guarding it. Okay, so let's hug this left wall and examine. Oh, you're not a fixed encounter. You can see me. Okay. Are you... Oh, you threw something at me. Okay, but I think we're okay. Take great care not to fall down here. Look at that big old battle axe. Everyone's HP was damaged. Great. Fantastic. 500 gold. That's a pittance now. It was a little frustrating. Is that a mistranslation? That's such a weird thing. Okay. So maybe this isn't a boss per se. It's just a strong enemy. We are technically not at full health, but it's like 1 HP every time we do that. So I'm fine with it. No. Oh yeah, man, he throws that with some force. Oh, he just did 50 damage to me on the field. What the heck? The gold giant. All right, well, we're going to try to get the initiative on him. Yeah, no boss music. I don't think we've fought this thing yet before. It's very unsettling with its expressionless face. We'll use the compendium on it. See what we can learn. An excellent gatekeeper, but its gold body attracts gold-eating tigers. Oh. So, is he gonna, like, summon those tigers and they're gonna attack him? Or is that just a clue that, like, we could have done a monster fight somehow? Do a full charge here. Let's try stealing from you. Maybe you've got something good. Break voice? Does that mean you're gonna silence someone? Oh, defense down. Okay, well, that's a little scary. He looks pretty physically oriented. He might be weak against a certain element. I feel like fire and water are worth a try. But I'll try them as Kluk, not as Magic Sword. Yeah, he doesn't take very much physical damage. Let's try this trap floor thing. We've never tried it before. Oh, that's right. You have to cast it on a party member. I'm assuming this means that the enemy falls into a trap if they target the person you're putting the trap floor in front of, but it's unclear. We've never used it before. Let's try it. Trap Flora. Cracked from the powerful attack, defense lowered. Oh, okay, cool. I'm still gonna try to steal. Something tells me you might have something cool. Vitality Elixir. Okay. What? I can't tell... Shoot, I didn't get a good enough look at my health to be able to tell if one of those numbers was damage that he took or if I took both of those damage numbers. Alright, let's try fire on you. Can I melt you down? Can I smelt you? That's good damage. Not sure if it was super effective damage, but we'll take it. Tiny charge from Shu. And... Alright, I guess we just have to hope that he doesn't attack Shu here. Because I haven't healed him. Oh, dang it. Okay, I think the second number was the trap floor. Alright, we're going to do our classic double item here. Oh. Jiro doesn't have double item equipped, apparently. He almost just immediately killed Shu, which is usually the thing we're trying to avoid. Well, let's do Flera again, because that was phenomenal damage. Whoo! 522, my goodness. That is a big number. That's some of the most damage we've seen in a single attack. Alright, that was no big deal. I need to heal Shu, though. Shu is permanently stinky status because of the equipment that he's wearing. In case anyone's wondering what that pink thing is that's on his name. Or, like, the aura that's around him in battle. That's his stink. He's just got a musk to him. Alright, we're going to examine all this stuff right here. Checkpoint. Something is definitely going to happen when we go in this room. Attack +1. Shu. Protagonist privilege. Can I examine the shield? Yes. Ooh, 100 EXP. There you go, Zola. Okay, let's see what's in here. Probably a cutscene. Haven't written anything yet today. This might be the opportunity.
It's the gem from King Jabral.
If it was stolen and destroyed, what's it doing here?
What do you people think you're doing here?
There he is.
Hey, G-Lala, want to explain to us what this stolen gem is doing here?
You said it was stolen, but you lied.
You see, I used this gem to gain what I wanted.
You mean Sarah Sarah?
I've known Guru Guru a long time. A good guy who cares about his friends. When I showed him the fake shattered gemstone, he feared it would negatively affect relations with Jabral and our village. He took the blame for me, the chief, that fool. Thanks to Guru Guru, I can force her. I don't like to force.
Good thing there's subtitles. The music is drowning him out.
Gain her heart.
Yikes.
What a stupid idea. You can't be serious.
Puny scum. Now that you know the secret, I cannot let you leave. Guards! Don't let them get out of here alive!
Boss time. Oh, now we gotta fight the rowdy boys. Okay, so the whole thing is just a ruse to get Sura Sura and nothing else. When he said he was using the gem to get what he wants, I thought it was going to be more than that. But he made a fake shattered gem and pinned it on Guru Guru just to get a shot at Sura Sura. Now that we can prove his ploy, he tries to kill us. Alright. So we gotta fight 2 giant Gorgos and maybe a second wave, because there was 4 of them in the cutscene. These guys are very scary, and they're probably super strong. Let's see if the compendium says anything useful about them. Gorgo Beastfolk Warrior. Strength is everything for warrior giants. They will attack enemies that charge up strength. Okay, so if we try to buff, they're gonna go after us. Okay, 66 damage isn't that bad. How much can we do with Mowdown? Oof, not very much at all. Okay, well, like most very physical-oriented enemies, they might be super weak against magic. We're gonna focus on one of them, though, because obviously, if we can get rid of one, the fight will become a lot easier. Try to keep health topped off. The physical characters are going to attack physically, and we'll use magic with Kluk. Not going to worry about buffs or debuffs, especially after what the compendium said. Oh, now he's charging up. Well, hopefully we can interrupt him or kill him before he finishes charging. Now they're both charging. Okay. We can't get the sweet spot, but I will do a full charge otherwise. Jiro, you can attack. Okay, let's do a big magic spell here. Maybe Grounda? Okay, cool. They don't have very much health. It's like 1,000 or something. Great attack, Shu. Yeah, he's gone. Okay, no problem.
Ooh, you have magic powers.
Now it's your turn.
Oh, okay. What a thing for him to say. Ooh, you have magic powers. Okay, so he's got the other two guys with him. We're definitely going to open up with Grounda here. Because Jilala's in back and we can't attack him until we get these front guys out of the way. Well, that sucks that he crit. We're still going to focus on one, though. Okay, they're ganging up on Zola. What is he going to do? He's buffing their defense. Okay, magic and physical. Got it. Okay, good. That's one of them down. Heala on Zola. And I think I'm just going to do Grounda again with Kluk's turn, because that should get rid of the Gorgo. And we'll get some damage on Jilala. Not quite. Okay, he's wasting his turn charging. Goodbye. Nice crit, Zola. Probably didn't matter. Alright, now it's the man. He's very Deborah-coded. He could be Deborah's dad. Alright, what do you got, man? 90 damage, no big deal. Let's do fire on you. I think I got that. Kind of want to try Shina on him too. He might be like Dark Elemental. I need to heal Zola though, so I'm gonna do that instead. Whew, 425, nice. I really like how good magic is in this game. There are so many RPGs where I just don't use magic because it's not very good. Or it's just easier and faster to hit really hard with physical attacks. I feel like that's much more common than finding a game where casting magic is good. Seems like most of the time it's the same or better to just whack everything. Okay, Zola is dizzy. I don't think I can cure that. No. So I'll just heal her. Because she took a lot of damage. I'm going to try stealing from you. I bet you got something. Ooh, super metal earring. That sounds like an accessory. That might be our first exclusive or very special steal. That's exciting. We haven't made a point to steal from every boss, but sometimes. Oh, I should have held that longer. Ugh. Oh, this is a new skill. Jewel Fragment. Oh, he's healing the field. Okay, well that's not a big deal. You don't have any henchmen left. 110 is nothing. Flara's working great, so we're gonna keep going. Oh, is this gonna kill you? Alright, he sucked. Cool sword. Alright. There's probably a cutscene right after this fight. So I'm gonna stay on this screen. That's a lot of money. I'm gonna run an ad break. When we come back from the ad, I'm going to do a soda tasting from our wheel spin earlier, and then we'll come back to the game and see what G-Lala says now that we've subjugated him. Be back in a few minutes. Thanks for being here.
I'm a game inventor. I've invented games. I've sold games. It's nice. I played it. I'm sorry, I have to say no.
This is... you don't understand.
Smashy! Welcome in. This is... I have heard that clip, that alert, so many times. So many times. Countless times have I heard Mark Griffin say, You don't understand. Like, the number of times that I have heard that soundbite has got to be in, like, the thousands. Oh, Gad has redeemed sad and he's not getting it. How sad in and of itself. Welcome back, everybody. Pour one out for Gad, I guess. We missed most of it. How we doing, everybody? Welcome back. We're going to do a soda tasting. You're just in time. We just ran our 5 o'clock ad. We had a wheel spin earlier that was banked from Tuesday. It just seems so fitting after the double dip. Yeah. I was just thinking, like, how many times have I heard that soundbite? You know, it's got to be in the thousands. I've definitely heard that Mark Griffin soundbite more than 1,000 times. You know, like that alert has existed long enough that it's probably been redeemed, like, well over 500 times. So, you hear it at least 1,000 times in your own head every day? That is so much Mark Griffin, Gad. That's so much Mark Griffin. All right, let me switch to the roaming mic here so I can bring this soda up to the camera and show it to you. I'm excited to taste it. We're going to be tasting something from a brand that I tried a while back, but I haven't had this flavor yet. This is Agua Dulce. This is a World Market find. 19% juice in this here soda. There's a bunch of fruit puree settling at the bottom. I've already incorporated it. I'm gonna bring it up so you can see how chunky it is. 42 grams of sugar here, though. They're not skimping on the raw cane sugar. Alfonso mango puree, lemon juice from concentrate, and some other natural flavors and colorings. And that's all we've got in here. This is a mango flavored soda. I thought that sounded really nice. Sparkling fruit beverage. I really like the art that they do for the logos. It's very simple, but it's like it's focusing on Toad's face back there. It's like a little, like, mosaic fresco style picture of a mango. I have another one in the fridge that is grapefruit. I don't remember what the last one was that I tasted. I think it might have been like a spicy situation. Like lemon chili or something. I don't know. I don't remember what it was, unfortunately. But I remember that it was really good. But yeah, did y'all see the chunky bits? I don't know if you're gonna be able to see the chunky bits. Oh yeah, you can see the chunky bits. So this is all like real fruit puree. That might kind of gross you out and look unappetizing. But once you know what it is, I think it's fine. I don't have a problem with it. It is a twist off. Hopefully it's not completely flat. We got a little bit of bubbles happening. It's been in the fridge for a while. Oh my God, that smells so good. Wow. It's got a mix of like mango flavored candy smell and real mango. Real mango is difficult. Like, mango is not something that I grew up with. It's not culturally connected to either of my families in the way that it is for other people, especially people that come from specific places or specific cultures. So I didn't like have real mango growing up. I knew it as like a flavor profile because there were like mango flavored drinks and candy and stuff. And I always liked it, but I probably didn't eat a real mango until I was in like my late teens or 20s, if I had to guess. And it's very difficult to get the ripeness right. I've heard a lot of mixed information from people about like what to look for in a mango to know that it's like ready. And it feels similar to like pears or like an avocado, where like when it's perfect, it's sublime. It's the best thing you've ever tasted. But if it's a little bit under or a little bit over, it's nasty and horrible, you know? So it's like, it's one of those things that I don't buy very often for that reason. Like pears are my favorite fruit. I love pears, but I don't buy them very often because it's really difficult to nail the ripeness. If a pear is underripe, it's hard and it's gritty and it doesn't have a lot of flavor. And then when a pear is overripe, it's like a mushy mess, and it also doesn't have a lot of flavor. It's like only when it's in that like perfect Goldilocks zone does it have that like beautiful, punchy, special flavor that I love so much. So I rarely buy them, even though it's my favorite. I'm much more likely to buy grapes or an apple or, you know, the pre-sliced ruby red grapefruit, or, you know, mandarins or oranges or something to get my fruit fix, because they have such a wider ripeness enjoyability window. It's like, oh, it's a little bit under, still good. A little bit over, still good, with a lot of those fruits. And mango is the same way for me. But I love the flavor of mango. And this smells phenomenal. Let's taste it.
Now watch.
Ooh.
I don't have my telestrated.
Okay.
Here comes a pizza, see it?
The lemon is actually coming through quite a bit as well. It's very tart and punchy. It's not just like sweet mango flavor. It's also sour, sweet and sour. That's fun. I feel like they should have called this mango lemon and not just mango. For me, the lemon is very strong. I'm not upset about it, but it's very much mango and lemon together. Sometimes fruit sodas will have a little bit of lemon juice or apple juice in them just to like add sweetness, and or you know, like the apple juice will be used to add sweetness or cut sour, and then the lemon juice will be used to add sweetness or cut sweetness, if that makes sense. So a lot of times when I see something like apple juice or lemon juice in an ingredient list for a fruit soda, I don't necessarily expect to taste it or detect it, but this is very prominent. This is like a mango lemon soda. It's very good. It's almost like a mango lemonade, really. It's very sweet. I can tell there's 42 grams of sugar in here, but because the lemon juice is so sour, it balances it out, like as far as your palate goes. It is very strong though. You could not or at least I couldn't chug this. If I chugged this, I would get a stomach ache from the acid and the sugar coming at me like a 1-2 punch. It's very tasty though. It tastes like a really, really good piece of candy, or like if someone somehow made a homemade mango lemonade, this is exactly what I would want it to taste like. Hey Eris, how are you? Nice to see you. Good morning. In Eris's time zone, it's morning right now. Not actually like her time zone, but like her personal time zone. You're squeezing lemon to add to your water right now. Cool. I'm not a huge fan of lemon water, I gotta say. Like if it's served to me, I'll absolutely drink it, but I won't ask for it. I do like lime in water though. I'm more of a lime guy than a lemon guy. Like I wouldn't like buy limes to keep in stock at home to like put in my water. That's not my vibe. I drink a lot of plain water. Now that I got my special cup that I like, it says weird tea on it. But if I was gonna add lemon or lime to something, 90% of the time, it's gonna be lime. Wait, you accidentally blocked Smashy and you had to refollow him. Dude, that really does happen a lot on mobile. I can't tell you how many times I've got an earbud in and I'm listening to someone's stream while I like do stuff on the computer or do chores or, you know, go on a walk or whatever. And I like pull my phone out because I need to like check what a buzz notification was or just to like say something in chat or whatever. And the pop-up window is there that's like, unfollow so-and-so? And I'm like, no. And it's always that one. It's always unfollow. It's never like, you know, like this, it's never like the subscribe window or like, wow, Eris is getting wrecked by automod right now. It sees you. It doesn't have like a confirmation dialogue for blocking. That's unhinged if it does. Like one touch block is like powerful. You avoid mobile at all costs. 90% of the time I'm using Twitch as a viewer, I'm on mobile. I very rarely have like a browser window up with a stream or two open. I shouldn't say very rarely. I do that pretty regularly, but still the heavy majority of the time is mobile. We don't talk about liking lime in this chat. Wait, what, Smashy? We love lime. We love lime here. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I'm in the kitchen, sometimes I'm in the backyard, and sometimes I'm in the garage, sometimes on walkies. You know, I go up and down the stairs all the time. And a lot of times when I'm just like, when I am just sitting at my computer, like where I could have the browser window up, it's still more convenient for me to like put an earbud in and listen on mobile because I'm like doing something on both screens. You know, I'm like working on VGMCon stuff. And maybe I don't want to be visually distracted by the stream and I just want to listen to it. So I use Twitch Mobile a lot. Oh, you're just joking about why she was auto-modded, I see. This is a very good soda. Very, very good soda. If you like mango, or if you like the idea of a mango lemonade, especially, you've got to find one of these. This is a California-based soda, so you should be able to find this somewhere if you're on the West Coast. I found it at a World Market in the South, so maybe most World Markets have it. Hold on, it's not gonna focus. I have to stand over here in front of Toad's face on the Luigi's Mansion poster, otherwise it won't focus on the bottle. Now it's focusing on my shirt. But the brand is called Agua Dulce, sweet water. They have many flavors. I've tasted one before. I don't remember what it was. We're tasting this one today. And then I have a grapefruit one still to taste. It is a nice shirt. I love this shirt. This is my dad's shirt. This is an old vintage Jeff Beck shirt from some tour that he did. Kind of a corny dad picture where he's like in a auto body shop, but instead of being underneath a car, he's underneath a giant guitar. It's kind of corny, but I like it because it's, you know, Jeff Beck and because it was my dad's. I think there's something on the back. Yeah, this is like, this was his band. Tony Hymas, Terry Bozzio. That's a cool shirt. It's very threadbare. You can't tell on camera, luckily, but this shirt is kind of see-through. It's kind of risque. Because it's so old. This shirt is probably from like the early 80s. My dad has a huge collection of like rock and jazz t-shirts. He used to have a studio behind his house. There was a house that he bought and lived in for many, many years that had a detached garage in the backyard. And he had a regular garage in the front of the house that he could pull into, you know, that was connected to the house via like a breezeway. Sorry, I forgot to tell the playlist to loop. There we go. So he, you know, he didn't need this detached garage to like park his car in it or whatever. And it was a massive building. It was like 2-story height, but it was a 1-story building. Oh, it might, Smashy. I would check that. Yeah, World Market is great, Eris. I'm sure a lot of people only know it as like a home decor store, but the only thing that I go straight to the back and look at all the food, because they have all these little sections from different parts of the world, and you can buy all kinds of cool like little ingredients and snacks and treats and drinks and alcohols if that's your sort of thing. They have sodas, they have seltzers. There's always cool stuff in there. There's not a ton of rotation, so once you've kind of like worked your way through everything, it's not necessarily a place you can continue to go to like discover new things. But they do have a lot of good stuff. It's a pretty consistent place to get craft soda if you don't have a specialty shop near you, which I don't. But yeah, my dad used to have this big garage space in his backyard, and he made it into like a studio, rehearsal space, recording space, mostly rehearsal, but he did record some stuff back there. And he decided that he would take all of his shirts from over the years, including this one, and like hundreds of others, and he covered the entire wall of the inside of this garage with these shirts. Like he lined the walls with like black carpet for sound dampening, and then hung up all the t-shirts on hangers, and they like collated and covered the whole wall, and he called it T-Shirt Studios. And he gave me a bunch of those shirts many years ago. I probably have like a dozen of the shirts that came from there, and the rest of them are just sealed in some treasure chest in his house somewhere, you know, in a box. And someday he's gonna give me all of them, along with all his other stuff. Who knows what all he's got tucked away that I'm gonna end up with someday. He never ceases to remind me all of the things that I'm going to inherit. Like, okay, Dad, just don't die soon, please. Take your time. We like you. He's a very sentimental guy, so he likes to bring up things that related to legacy and memories and all that tradition, all that sort of thing. Okay. We're gonna get back to the game now. Thank you for joining me for that soda sojourn. That was a very good soda. Very, very good. Very different than other mango sodas that I've had. Okay, we're gonna go back over here. And the music actually stopped because the controller went to sleep. But you're about to get blasted with the boss music for a quick second here, because we just finished a boss fight, and then we're probably going to see a cutscene, because we just won. Let's see what G-Lala has to say now that we kicked his butt.
Chief Jilala. Guards, get rid of these troublemakers.
Look, as you can see, the gem is safe.
How did they get in here?
How?
G-Lala has been lying to you about it.
Now that you know the truth, you should restrain this man.
Let's get to the land of exile and rescue Garu Garu.
Guru Guru.
G-Lala, bad deeds have bad consequences. Get it?
I like how we're talking to him like he's a little child. Okay. Oh, we get to explore the treasure room. Nice. Let me write a little bit. After we defeat G-Lala, we expose his lie about the gem and chastise him about bad deeds having consequences. I can tell I'm about to need a new pen. This pen is going to run out soon. Also, this notebook is going to run out soon. We may run out of notebook pages before we finish this game. Yep, this pen is going to run out very soon. It's going to run out right now. Yep, that's it. That's all she wrote.
This is... You don't understand.
Eris, I'm not getting a fountain pen. I'm sorry. It's never going to happen. I'm sorry. Even if you, like, gifted me a really fancy one that had, like, sentimental value, I still probably wouldn't use it. I'm just not like you when it comes to pens, okay? You want us to be the same, but we're not. I'm just regular about pens. I'm regular. I'm gonna need to go grab another pen because this one literally just stopped working.
I don't believe you.
Hey, thanks for watching, everybody. Eris, does the sight of a pen like this, like, make you, like, revolt? Is this like, does this make you feel the way that I feel when someone's drinking like a original Mountain Dew? I don't super like these pens, but I have a bucket of like 30 of them for this type of a situation where the pen that I prefer stops working. I will have a better one tomorrow. A little bit? Okay, that's fine. Okay, well, let's explore this treasure room. Look at all these boxes. There's a ton of stuff in here. So we're going to do some of our signature mashing and looting. Popular for drawing, pretty reliable. See, that's my thing, is the reliable. Just a good old Bic stick pin. I mostly just really like stick pins. Like, I can tell the difference between a good stick pin and a bad stick pin. But I just don't really like liquidy ink pens. Yeah, and cheap. That's obviously very important for me too. Like, I don't need a fancy pen that's easy to lose. It smells like an old man. You're stinky. I wish I could have screenshotted that. This is a fantastic reward. Look at our whole party being stinky together. Real friends get stinky together. That's how you know you're close. I'll examine the chests last. The Way of the Thief. Sounds like such a significant item, but it's not. There's a lot of that in this game, actually. Where there's an item that based on its description, sounds like it would be like a key item, like a 1 of 1, but it's just a regular consumable, like a potion. Just has a fancy name. Does this mean we have hot yoga together? Yeah, that could be. I guess you could maybe go to hot yoga with a friend that you're not super, super close with, but you still get stinky together. But you have to have a certain level of, like, comfort with a person to be okay with them possibly smelling you, you know? Or maybe just a certain level of blissful unawareness. Or, you know, not caring, I guess, is also possible. Maybe you just don't care if you're stinky and if other people smell it. Or maybe you're one of those people that, like, thinks that your stink is a good smell and that other people like it because you're so self-absorbed. The Asian no-smell gene? I'm not aware of this, Eris. Is that really a thing? Is it like a thing where, like, some people have no smell? Or is it like a precedent that, like, most Asian people don't have a smell? Oh, y'all have the different kind of earwax. I see. I don't believe that about the smell, though. I think everybody has a smell. The Grand Tribes bracelet. That sounds like equipment. So I wonder... I'm assuming this door is the door that we used to enter this room. I wonder... Ooh, another accessory. I wonder if the other path leads to his house. And maybe this is like his basement. And it connects. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure that's the door we came in, and then this is gonna go somewhere new, or to his house, like back to town somewhere. I kind of want to look at this stuff before we go in. Let's see. I don't think we're gonna get pushed into another fight, but you never know. So we picked up the Grand Tribes bracelet. Oh wow, this thing is really good. Attack boost, defense boost, and HP boost. That's perfect for Shu. I guess it could also go to Morrow. And then we picked up this diamond-encrusted ring. Oh, this is another that increases attack or increases money gained, but it actually lowers certain stats. Holy moly. Lowers attack and agility. That's devastating. I don't think we could reasonably give this to any character. Obviously, 140 magic attack is pretty amazing. And taking away physical attack from Kluk isn't that big of a deal, but taking away 20 agility is a big deal. I don't think we could... We would need to offset that. And I feel like the money's probably not worth it. Here's the earring that we stole from Jilala. It has the same stats as the shield earring, just a different graphic. Oh, and it doesn't have the shield ability, whatever that means. Okay. No new necklaces. The belly button ring of earth. I forgot about that one. And then we picked up another stomach band, which is pretty awesome. This item is really, really good. Prevents sleep, gain gold when attacking, and just a bunch of stat ups. Poop sniffed your armpit after yoga and said sterile? That's wild. That is a wild sentence. Yeah, there's definitely a variance in like people, like what it takes for them to get smelly and how strong their smell is. That's totally a real thing that I believe in. But a person just not having any smell associated with them, I think that's impossible. We should probably give this to Kluk, because her HP and MP are some of the lowest. She's the only character with less than 300 HP. So we should definitely give her something that increases HP. So we're going to give her this stomach band. We get something for free on Morrow. Because he's got a new slot opened up here. Let's see. 193, 142. Shu has lower defense, so I think I should give Shu the new thing. Wait, he can't wear it? Oh no, it's a bracelet. That's right. I should give this to Shu because he needs the defense. Even though it's only 5 points, he really needs the defense a lot more than Morrow does. And then this one I don't think we're gonna use. Oh, only the ladies can wear the super metal. Oh no, it's an earring. So it is better than his current earring. Maybe I'll give him this one that says it has the shield ability, and that'll help his defense. Maybe that's not actually a passive buff, though. I could just be misunderstanding that. Fire resist. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Is this worth it? No. We may be like on our way to another reward really soon, like maybe on the other side of this door. Because I'm imagining the people of Alumaru are going to be happy with us having done what we've done, having exposed Jilala. That's not worth it. Okay, Morrow, what do we want to give you? Just continue to push his HP. A little bit of agility is nice. Magic attack is not helpful. Water resistance, not super important. MP and dizzy resistance, not important. I mean, the HP is definitely the most valuable thing here. He doesn't really need it because he already has the most, but he's the one with the slot open, so we'll give it to him. Oh, we already had one of these super metal earrings. Okay. And we also have a super metal necklace. Okay, equipment is updated. Everyone's stinky. Let's see what's on the other side of this door. I'm assuming it's going to be Jilala's house, but we'll see. Mm-hmm. I was right. Well, let's start looting the rest of his stuff. Hopefully we can move Guru Guru and Sura Sura into this house. That would be just desserts for them to be able to live in Jilala's manor. This is the lounge. It looks like a storeroom with beds in it. Hooray, stuff! We love stuff. Can't get enough of the stuff. Tiny vase. Big bag. Big bag. Man, I've been playing Pokemon Yellow Legacy on my Analog Pocket and EverDrive. It's good. It's fun. I haven't really ever done a casual replay of Yellow. Whenever I go back to Gen 1, I usually play Red or Blue. Even though Pokemon Yellow was my first Pokemon game, I weirdly still have more nostalgia for Red and Blue. Plus, I just like the extra stuff that's in Yellow. Just doesn't excite me that much. Like It's really weird. It doesn't really make sense. Like, it's the first Pokemon game that I played. Yellow's my favorite color. Pikachu's my favorite Pokemon. So everything on paper points to, like, me liking Yellow more. But for some reason, I like picking the starter rather than getting all 3 of them for free. So, yeah, I don't know. And, like, just the other extra stuff, like the, you know, the Jesse James Team Rocket fights, and I guess that's really all that's different. Just doesn't really do it for me. But the new Legacy hacks that TSP made, he specifically made the Gen 1 one for Yellow. There's no Legacy Red or Legacy Blue. He just made Legacy Yellow. So if you want to play this hack, you got to play Yellow. So I started it up on a whim the other day because 2 streamers that I follow are also playing Pokemon Yellow. Shout out Fairly Fickle and shout out Leadopus. Fickle is playing Pokemon Yellow for the first time, which has been wild to see somebody playing Pokemon Gen 1 for the first time. And she really, like, is not coming in with, like, really any prior knowledge about, like, other Pokemon games. I think it's her first Pokemon game. So that's been really, really, like, bizarre and uncanny in a really cool way to watch. Like a grown person experiencing Pokemon for the first time through the lens of Pokemon Yellow. And then Lee is doing an Ash run of Yellow. So he's only using Pokemon that Ash used in the anime. And I was like, oh, that's kind of fun. And so I decided to start playing Yellow Legacy on a whim. And it's really good. It's basically just a hack that's trying to preserve the vanilla experience, but overall make the game more challenging. I'm trying to figure out which one of these doors is going to go outside and which one isn't. Because I'm assuming the game is going to move forward when I go outside. I don't remember what the front door looked like from outside. This is back down to the dungeon. And then these 2 wings we've already explored before. So we have big silver door. And we have smaller brown double door. I want to say that this is the front door. Also, these little lights feel very front door. So I'm going to try going in here first. You hope to do some Pokemon First Place sometime in the future? That'd be cool, Smashy. I would watch that. The Foe has also been playing Pokemon Crystal. And it's like his first playthrough in a really, really long time, but he has played it before. It's like his childhood cartridge that he recovered or whatever. That sort of made me want to play an old Pokemon game again as well. But yeah, really enjoying Yellow Legacy. It increases the difficulty level of all, like, major fights and trainer fights, and then drastically changes the pool and, like, locations and spread and everything of the wild Pokemon. So a lot of Pokemon that were exclusive to one particular area are now in multiple areas. Pokemon that weren't obtainable are made obtainable, so you can complete the Pokedex without trading if you want. All the trade evolutions evolve at level 37, so you don't have to do any trading. All kinds of cool little tweaks like that. And there's a bunch of, like, little quality of life things kind of baked into it as well. Like, there's less text when you use the Pokemon Center. You can run by holding B. You can choose a difficulty setting when you start the game. So I'm playing on hard mode that has, like, level caps for each gym leader. It's got a bunch of fun little features. But yeah, being able to like, I have 2 badges, and I already have like a Pinsir and a Lickitung and a Vulpix and like all these Pokemon that are locked to like later areas. It's pretty fun. And all their movesets are updated too.
Guru is innocent. And don't you worry, we're gonna bring him home.
I knew he was innocent. Please bring him back.
Oh, we will. Okay, after leaving Jilala's manor, we confirm to Sudasura that he is innocent. So where is Jilala now? Like, has he actually been restrained and like detained somewhere? You're really going to help Guru Guru? Take this with you then. Oh nice, another Grand Tribes item. I will wait here as long as it takes. Please help Guru Guru. Okay, so we're probably just gonna go right into another dungeon. There probably is a bunch of new dialogue in the town here. Let's see. Didn't know Jilala was such a bad guy. Are you sure you didn't know? It was pretty obvious. Oh, notes are still on screen. When Guru Guru comes back and sees this house, he'll be sad. Yes, he probably will. You're right. We've gotten a lot of rewards just by doing this. So if there's not some kind of like big goal-posted reward at the end of this quest, I'm not going to be disappointed, but I feel like there will be. I'm going to sleep to restore my stuff and get rid of my stink. We are just racking up the money. The last time we slept in this inn, we had 41k, and now we have 52k. Thank you for Sniffa. I knew from the start there was something suspicious about Jilala. Alright, see, this guy is on to him. I'm assuming they're all just talking about Krillin still. Jilala was captured, but I still have Kuderdin. I guess this isn't Krillin's Japanese name. I think Krillin's Japanese name is Kuridin, not Kududin. But very close. Forget the village chief. Kuderdin. Jilala? Not me. I hate politics. Politics? I guess he means politics in like the classical sense. Like how you would use the word politics to describe what's going on in like a corporation. Not politics how most of us think about it. Alright, let's see if these guys at the entrance say anything special. Man, Maro's MP is so low. Good thing he doesn't need it. When Guru Guru comes back, not sure whether I let him in. Oh, come on. You guys, you're making trouble for us. Oh, I thought they were going to be happy with me. They caught Jilala. What should we do? I guess maybe these guys were like on the up and up as his henchmen, and now they're like back to being normal. That could be possible. All right, we're going to drop a save here. Slot 1. This is our first save of the day, actually. We're going to call this Alamaru Entrance Post Jilala. So we actually have to traverse on the world map a little bit to get to where Guru Guru is. And I feel like it might be another dungeon. because it looked kind of like a cave or a mine. Very, very similar to the area that we were actually just in. Ooh, that was close. You almost got me there, Delirious Skimmer. Have we fought you before? Delirious Skimmer. What's Principal Skinner in The Simpsons' first name? Isn't it like super long 4 syllables like Delirious? Seymour Skinner. Not 4 syllables, too. Kind of a long name, though. Delirious Skimmer could be Seymour Skinner's great-grandfather or something. I guess this item that, this accessory, whatever accessory it is that gives us extra money is really paying off. Alright, I know we fought a pink grunt. He says as he checks the encyclopedia because he's unsure. Flamboyant Dino Ram. Oh, that was like the first boss. Okay. Ojilala doesn't show up as a boss either? Oh, there's not a separate boss thing. Okay. Are you a magic monster? No. Where's the pink grunt? I wish these were categorized more. There's the pink grunt. Okay. I don't have a strong sense that we would get anything from completing the bestiary in this game, but I'm just enjoying encountering each enemy at least once. There could be like an Xbox achievement for it, but we're not getting those because I'm not connected to Xbox Live. We probably would have a whole bunch of them already, but I don't care about Chivos. Okay, here's the Exile Forest. And then this is where Guru Guru is. All the weapons here appear to be the ones used by the Gorgo. That makes sense. I love how sometimes he kicks a thing. Like, he usually just searches, but sometimes he just kicks it. SP is going to Shu. I do need to check in on everybody's generalist progress, actually. Let's take a look really quick. Not skill. Shadow. Okay, let's see. Shu is rank 20. Where does that put him? Oh, he's almost to skill +5. Wow. Let's take a look at his skills and see if we even have that many. We do. We could certainly utilize more. So yeah, we'll keep him in there. Jiro is at 16, so he hasn't hit accessory +2 yet. And then Kluk is way behind. She's only at 12, so she doesn't even have skill +4 yet. Maro, he's on his way to... He just hit accessory +2. And he's on his way to skill +5. Okay, does Maro have an additional skill? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff, too. Okay. And then Zola is at 15. Okay, yeah, we're going to keep everybody... Oh, wait, Kluk is not a generalist right now. She's a black mage. So we probably need to switch her over. Switch her over to generalist. All her stats are going to go down, but not by very much. Let's see. She's going to lose her level 4 black magic spells. Is that why we had her on Black Mage? Oh yeah, I think she's like 1 level away. Hold on. 23? Yeah, okay. So we're gonna leave her on Black Mage until she hits 24. And then we'll switch her over to Generalist. We haven't seen any of the level 5 scrolls yet, so until we do, no worries. Okay. Let's see what's in here. Okay, it is a dungeon, and it looks exactly the same as the treasure store. Like, exactly the same. We're gonna need to stop over to the Nothing Man in Jabral, because we definitely have over 800 nothings now. Guru Guru spoke to us from the entrance of this place. Before we never actually came in. So why can't he just, like, come out? You know? Why do we have to go in here and wander around and find him? And this time I don't have a blue sparkle to tell me the right way to go. How did you see me from all the way over there? Oh, it's a Mistwalker. Or some palette swap of a Mistwalker. Let's go this way first. Here's a dead end. Magic defense +1. I actually don't know who I should give this to. I'll give it to my healer. Seems good. She probably needs to get a little bit more overall commonly well-rounded. Oh, she will. We're gonna smooth these children down like pebbles. They're gonna be so well-rounded that they're gonna skip across the surface of the water. They're gonna be aerodynamic, hydrodynamic. Then we will know Generalist. We will master the ability of having mastered absolutely nothing. Master the ability to have no master. Okay, it's not a Mistwalker. The other ones were called Mistwalker. These ones are Poison Mist. They look very scary. Are poison types weak against ground in Mistwalker? The style of no style, yeah. Having no personality is my personality. Alright. Seems like it. They don't have very much HP and they died to a level 1 ground spell. We take those. Hopefully we don't have trap floors in this dungeon. But given that it looks exactly the same, maybe we will. Not nearly as much stuff to examine. But that's fine. Boop, 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 boop. I mean, I know they're gonna all die to ground, so maybe I'll try to steal. Miss. Miss! Oh, that's another cool thing that's in the Mario Party games, is they always, like, all these early Mario Party games have, like, a sound test menu where you can, like, listen to the songs, but you can also listen to all the voice clips. So if you wanted to get, like, really good rips of, like, an obscure voice sample from a Mario Party game that probably would be really annoying and hard to find on YouTube. You could get like some really good rips of it. The Mario Party 1, especially, Wario voice clips are so iconic. I might try to make something out of them. I feel like everybody knows the Mario Party 1 Wario voice clips. It's got the and the no, I missed, and it like fades out super fast. They're all so good. That's a Mario Kart 64 soundbite, Smashy. But yes, that is also iconic. But there's a lot of them. Mario Party 1 and 2, and I'm pretty sure 3 all have like a full sound menu of like every single sound in the game. Like all the voice clips from all the characters, even like some of the non-playable characters. Like Bowser and Bowser Jr. and stuff. And it would probably be nigh on impossible to find some of those sound bites elsewhere or otherwise. What is that? I see a bunch of poison mists. Are they guarding something? We got checkpointed. Oh, we've got spooky music all of a sudden. Oh, there's water. And a cutscene.
This man is Guru.
The mist. He's surrounded by cursed mist.
Oh, wow, he looks very DBZ.
What can we do to help him?
The only thing we can do is try and get rid of it. We should definitely use magic.
And rock. We should also use rock. That scream is so rock and roll. Okay. So, let me write really quick. At the center of the Exile Forest cavern, we find Guru beset by a poison mist. Okay, and it's actually right at the hour, so I'm going to go ahead and run the ad right here before we get into this fight. I'll be back in about 3 minutes or so. Thanks for being here, folks. All right, that one was not close. Yeah, what's up, Danky Funk? Did Dio do the soundtrack for this game? Close. Nobuo Uematsu. The vocalist for this, though, is the original vocalist from Deep Purple. Forget his name. It's like Steve Dillon or something. Pete Dillon. I'm snacking. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's 0-3 here. My on-screen score is out of date. Captain Falcon has won 3 in a row here. Mario won the warm-up, and I got a little excited and thought maybe this matchup was going to be close. The first 2 rounds were pretty close. This one was not close. This one was not close at all. Yo, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for 8 months. That's nuts. Really appreciate it, man. You can hear that now? Yeah, it's really wild. Like, most of the soundtrack sounds like typical Uematsu greatness. You know, it's kind of like whimsical and spooky and mysterious and adventurous. You know, sounds like Final Fantasy music, maybe a little bit of Dragon Quest energy. A little bit of Fantasy Life energy, pre-Fantasy Life. But this boss theme is just straight up, let's rock. Let me get these scores updated here. And you guys are probably hearing a little bit of the Blue Dragon music in the mic right now. Because it's pretty loud. I'm just going slow here because I got hit with a pang of hunger. And I'm snacking a little bit. Even though we're done with ads. Alright, Captain Falcon has temporarily broken the tie for 3rd place. With Ness. He's sitting at a 7.2 now. Let's see, if he gets to... If he gets to 8, he'll tie Link in 2nd. And if he gets to 9, he will tie Fox in 1st, but only temporarily, because Fox has a 0 bringing him down right now. I don't think Captain Falcon can actually catch Fox. Well, I guess theoretically, Captain Falcon could clinch 1st place if Fox somehow completely loses and is obliterated by Samus in the final matchup, which would be absolutely stunning. Samus is in 8th place and has only won 3 matchups so far, but lost 3 more by 1 point, so I guess not terrible. only one of the characters that Samus defeated was ranked above her. Which is certainly significant. It seems pretty consistent so far. Like, most characters that are in the high ranks, if you look at the matchups they've lost, they're usually to the characters that are ranked above them. And if you look at the low-ranked characters, and you look at the matchups that they've won, they're usually against the few characters that they outrank. There are some exceptions, though. Like, Link only scored 1 point against Mario, and Mario's in 5th place, and Link's in 2nd. So that's kind of wild. But it makes sense that Link only put up 4 points against Fox, because he outranks him. He barely beat Captain Falcon, who he temporarily outranks, but is technically lower than. You know, and then Ness did a little bit better than the other characters. But yeah, it looks to me like Link is probably going to finish this in 2nd place overall. He has so many 10s. It's pretty impressive. But that 1 point against Mario is really dragging his curve down. Because Captain Falcon has less double-digit scores, but he's got a lot of 5s, keeping him steady in the center. And then, of course, Fox is undefeated, so he's probably not going to be dethroned. But it would be interesting if Samus ended up being the one to beat Fox. That seems very unlikely, though. Samus relies heavily on the projectiles, and Fox will probably just reflect them. So, wouldn't be surprised if Samus got just completely blown away by Fox. All right. I'm still snacking. I'm not ready for this boss fight yet. But I guess I can go over here, and we can do that wheel spin while I'm still snacking. Let's go over here. Hello. I'm going to mute this music for me. And hopefully it won't bleed into the mic for you either. And we'll continue rocking in a moment. Let's put the chill lobby tunes back on now, though. We're going to go back to the roaming mic here. This is the second wheel spin of the day. Pink wedges are unlocked, but orange wedges are still not unlocked. Sorry, that sentence didn't make sense. All right, we're going to go over here, kick out the insert. Oh, I did that again. I need to get rid of that button. There's no reason for it to be there. All right, so one spin of the wheel for our good friend Danky Funk. The last spin was Discord Despot, but that was the spin that unlocked pink wedges. So if we happen to land on Discord Despot again on this spin, it won't count as 2 spins in a row and a respin. You would actually get it. Otherwise, maybe we'll land on an art time. We haven't landed on one of those in a while. It's been a very long time since the last art time. I'm gonna keep eating these spicy cheese crackers. 10 push-ups. Okay, I can handle that. It is chest day today. All right. This mic comes off. I forgot to switch over to it anyway. Get this wheel out of the way. I'm gonna have to turn that light on so you can see me. You know, it's really weird that I played the full game of Paper Mario Origami King, and I don't feel like I ever heard this song. Like, I recognize that it has the main theme contained inside of it. But like this specific version of it, it's called Cafe, which makes me think of the like coffee shops where we had the special silly cutscenes that had no bearing on anything and were just absurd fun. But that song definitely didn't play in there. So maybe there was like a specific cafe in like Toad Town where that song played, or it was like one of the restaurants in some of the far-flung areas. But like the first time we went there and it was like a dungeon, this song didn't play because it was like dungeony. And then when we like beat the dungeon, that music was reinstated, but we like didn't revisit it or something, you know? I don't know. Oh yeah. Yeah, I have the 6 Mario Hot Wheels. I'm not a big Hot Wheels person, but my dad is. And he bought me... Here, I'll go back to the wide shot so you can see 5 of the 6 of them here. You can't see the 6th one in the bottom right corner, but there's 6 of them. The one you can't see is the Super Mario Kart one. But it's Mario 1, 2, 3, World, Dr. Mario, and Super Mario Kart. That's the full set. My dad just randomly gave me 4 of them. And then I had to go and collect the other 2 to complete the set. I think the ones that he didn't give me were Super Mario World and Mario 3. Or no, Mario 1. Yeah, the 2 that are on the top, on left and right, were the ones that he didn't give me. You just have the Super Mario Kart one? Yeah, that's the one that's out of frame in the bottom right. Can you see it on this angle? No. It's out of the shot. But yeah, they're pretty cool. I like them. I'm not into Hot Wheels really, but my dad is, and he buys them for me every once in a while. I have some Star Wars ones over there too. I have a 4 here, maybe we go phone cam since we're killing time here. Let me get the old phone cam going here. Doop. Doom. Oh, there's an app for this now. Nice, I should get that. Let me see if my source still works. Oh, cool. So yeah, in front of me, I have the 2 room dividers with the consoles and accessories and whatnot. Don't mind the mess. But on the left, I have another room divider that's vertical. And each one of those cubbies has like a theme. And the bottom right one is Star Wars. So I got my Darth Maul, Luke Skywalker, and Darth Vader Hot Wheels here. Just randomly. On my goofy little Star Wars shelf. There's so much random crap on that shelf. There's a Yoda Pez dispenser. There's a Episode 1 Anakin Skywalker watch that I got from Brack. I have a somewhat rare home video VHS set of the original trilogy. That's I think it's like an 80s version of the home video set. Because it doesn't have the art that we grew up with. that has like the like silver and gold foil. And you know, there's two versions of that one. There's the original release, and then there's the special editions before the regular ones were like erased from existence. But these ones are like way before that. I'm sure I looked at the year at one point, but I don't remember. What else is on that shelf? Oh, there's like I have like a trading card of one of the Clone Wars characters. She's the one that's Dooku's apprentice. I forget what her name is. I don't remember what else is over there. Then the bottom left shelf is like Yoshi and Mario stuff. Top left shelf is just Mario. And then the top right cubby is Star Fox stuff. Because I don't have very much of those things to warrant like a bigger shelf. But yeah, there's a couple different ways you can use a phone as a OBS source. But the way I do it is just with a browser-based website called. Here, I'll put it in the chat. It's called VDO.ninja. And when I just opened it just now, it said that there was an app that I could install. Yes, Ventress. Yes, it's Ventress. Thank you for that. If you knew that off the top of your head, incredible. But yeah, you just, you get like a link code to put into like the OBS browser source. And then you can just toggle it off and on with your phone. You can also use it to share your phone's screen, because there are some people who stream like phone games. So, if you ever wanted to do that, you could. This mango soda goes really well with these spicy crackers. Okay, I want to eat more, but I am at least like satisfied for a little bit now. So let's get back to the game. Let's get into this boss fight. I'm out of the danger zone. I'll continue to snack intermittently, but okay, let me get the audio back on for me. All right, we've got to help Guru Guru. I'm assuming these poison mists are going to be the same as the ones that we just saw in the dungeon, and they're just going to die instantly when we cast ground. But let's see. Level 1 ground, no charge. Yeah. They're all dead. That's the fight. Okay. He's a combination of
Let's bring him home.
Raditz, Future Trunks, and Piccolo. He had Piccolo's like collar cape. Or maybe instead of Raditz, Yamcha. I mean, obviously all of these, you know, Toriyama characters are like mishmashes of each other, but it's fun to like create a fusion in your mind, since that's like a thing in the Dragon Ball universe. It's kind of funny that we got the boss theme just for that one turn fight.
Is it really you, Sarah?
Hey, Guru Guru, do you remember us?
We're the ones you asked to deliver the message to Sarah.
You are the ones. Thank you so much.
Everything that happened was Jilala's doing.
See, the gem is still in one piece.
How? Then I'm no longer...
That's right. You can stay here now.
Sarasara, I can stay here with you?
I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, don't worry about it. It was no big deal.
I'm so happy for the two of you. We wish you the best. Woohoo! The Demi Dance of Delight!
This is yours.
Ah.
We must be on our way. The Gorgo tribe will continue to be friends with Jibral. Have no worries.
Do they know who she is and that she has the authority to say that, or?
So much.
Okay, see you around.
Okay. Let me just finish writing here. So Guru Guru can stay in the village again. And we give them the gem as well. Zola says that the Gorgo tribe will continue to have a great relationship with Jibral. Okay. So we didn't get like a final goalposty reward. Our reward for doing this quest was just reuniting this couple and doing the right thing, and then like all of the stuff that we got along the way. So that's kind of cool. I wasn't really like hoping that this was going to be one way or the other along the way, but it will like kind of set a precedent for what the future side quests might be like, you know. Yo, what's up, Ichigo Killer? How you doing, dude? This is not an emulator. We are playing on an Xbox 360. I don't know what I'm looking for, though. I don't know why I'm walking back into town. We've talked to everybody. We've extensively searched everything. So I think we're ready to head out of here. So I'm just going to turn right back around. Maybe... Do I have 2 copies? There's one open behind me. Oh no, that's just to display. This is where I display like what games I'm currently playing. So disc 1 and 3 are in that case, but disc 2 is in the system. Han Mabuki Hot Wheels. Incredible. Can you imagine, Smashy, if there was imagine like a panel van with like a big Jabba head sticking out of it. And it just says like Mabuki on the side of it or something. I would buy that in a heartbeat. Yeah, 3-disc game. Because for some reason, Microsoft thought they would be conceding too much to pay their rival Sony for Blu-rays. So they stuck with DVDs. But now they don't care anymore. They swallowed that pill when it was Xbox One time. Alright, well, we'll save again before we head out. Back onto the map. This is going to be slot number 2. Is this my favorite Toriyama design game? That's an interesting question because the only other games with Toriyama designs that I have played are Dragon Quest. So I don't really know, I guess. Like Toriyama's design ethos is so homogenous. Like comically so. Like everybody always memes on it. Like, oh, all the characters are the same if you remove their hair, you know, whatever. So like the visual identity is just so consistent that I don't really like think of them as different from each other. Like I couldn't look at all of the Dragon Quest games and be like, oh, this one looks the best out of all of them. Like they all like look the same to me. Like, which sounds like a negative statement, but it's not. So I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I can't have a favorite Toriyama design game. If I'm allowed to pick games that I haven't played, though, I might say Sandland. I really like the way Sandland looks, but I haven't played it yet. Coughing on some spicy cracker. What do I want to call this save? I guess I'll just call this Couple Reunited. That's succinct enough. Okay, so now we can head back out onto the world map and start going to our expected destination, which I've already forgotten the name of, the Ancient Ruins in the north. How would I rate this compared to other turn-based RPGs? It's very good. It does a thing that I really like, where it takes a lot of really basic and self-evident concepts that are recognizable from a lot of other RPGs, and gives them to you in a way where if you want to have a really casual experience and just kind of like frolic through the game without thinking too hard, you can totally do that. But there are a lot of really cool, complex things that you can do mechanically if you want to take it to the next level, or if you want to not struggle as much in the more difficult fights. Like, the harder fights in this game are set up in such a way where if you really wanted to, you know, you could just grind and just whack it until it dies. You don't have to be beholden to, like, whatever the gimmick or, you know, trick or stratagem is that the game is trying to get you to notice if you really, really don't want to. But if you choose to engage with the mechanics on a deeper level, you can do some really, really cool stuff, like manipulating your turn order and combining things in a way that's not super obvious right off the rip. And I really, really like it. You know, there's like the different combinations of the class system and how you want to progress people and what kind of path you want to take them on, what you want to prioritize, what sub-abilities you choose to equip, and how they can synergize with each other. You know, you can choose what front or back row each character is in. You can choose how to do all sorts of things. And I'm really, really liking it a lot. It definitely is the kind of game where when people first look at it, they probably think that it's like really basic. And some people would be like, oh, this isn't for me. Like, it's too kiddie, or it's too whimsical, or it's too colorful, or it's too basic. It's too straightforward, whatever. You know, it's not like edgy or like cerebral. You know, it's like a classic romanticism, heroism, adventure type story. And some people will kind of like knee-jerk associate that with like being beneath them for some reason. I feel like everybody who can't bring themselves to play Final Fantasy IX probably wouldn't be able to bring themselves to play this game either. They probably have some of the same criticisms. Like, oh, the characters are little kids, or oh, it's a little kid game, or oh, it's too basic. But I like this kind of grounded stuff, whether it's mechanical or narrative. I don't have a problem with it at all. Yeah, it is a very similar camera perspective to Ni no Kuni on the overworld. Plus you have the like orchestral music. These guys are new. We are demolishing every enemy that we run into, though. So, I think this game expects you to run from a lot of random encounters. We haven't been avoiding enemies that much. And it seems that the result is that we're quite powerful. I don't think this is intended to be a particularly difficult game. Most JRPGs aren't. Oh, I shouldn't mow down. Actually, here's a good example of like where the simple mechanics can get more complicated. So, I can only attack the front row, right? I can't attack the back row unless I use certain skills that can hit the back row until I've dealt with the enemy in the back row. But I have an ability with this character that allows me to attack all the enemies in a row. But there's no reason for me to use it on this turn because there's only one guy in the front row that I can hit. So you would think, oh, just use a regular attack, and then some other character can use the line attack that hits everybody in the row once that guy's gone. But what I can do is, because I've set this guy with a skill that allows him to charge his attacks, I can charge his line attack while this guy's still in the front, but charge it so that it goes off after my other character's attacks once that guy is going to be gone and the other three are in the front row. So I charge this full charge, he moves down in the turn order, and then these other two characters can take this guy out in the front, then the back row moves up, and then my charged guy that can hit everybody goes off on the three enemies. Like, that's cool. That's not basic. I love stuff like that. Like, it's pretty easy to understand, and the ingredients are really simple. And I don't have to do that to succeed at that battle. But it made the battle faster and easier. There's another RPG that does that with combat for the enemy rows. I actually just played Xenosaga right before this, and Xenosaga does the rows thing as well. Among a plethora of other, mechanics ranging from complex to obtuse. Oh, nice! See, there's another cool thing. Like, I didn't know that about this enemy. I used water on them just because it would hit all of them, but it caused them to lose their shields. And because they lost their shields, their defense went down. There's a lot of cool little stuff like that in this game, where, like, a bunch of the enemies have unique interactions with specific types of magic, or skills that aren't necessarily just like a straight-up weakness or resistance. Sometimes it's more specific than that. And this whole charging system is just really cool. The way you can use it to, like, manipulate the turn order a little bit, or just, like, achieve different potency of actions. You know, like, the longer you charge it, the more powerful it is, but it takes longer to go off. Like, that's a really basic concept that you can do a lot with. But when you're doing it with something like a buff spell or a healing, you might change a single target heal into an AoE heal by charging it up, instead of just increasing the amount that it heals by. Oh boy, this is going to be a big battle. You can also grab multiple encounters on the overworld and pull them into, like, multiple waves of battles. And you get, like, a little bonus after each battle. It's pretty cool. This game does a lot of things that other games don't do, but not in a way that's like you constantly have to learn like a new mechanic or like try to understand what's happening. All of it is really self-evident, which cannot be said for something like Xenosaga. Xenosaga does a lot of things that other RPGs don't do, but a lot of them like don't make sense right away, and you've got to like really play around with it to figure it out, or read the manual, or worse. It was a great game. I loved it. I'm very, very much looking forward to playing episodes 2 and 3. But it's very different in how it approaches its mechanical density than this game. Alright, this thing is kind of scary. What are you gonna do? You look... Oh, why did Zola get 2 turns in a row? That was kind of wild. The fact that it's called Soul Eater has me scared. Let's scan this thing. I'm curious what the compendium says about it. Eats its enemy's souls and then turns them into zombies. Special recovery device or costly medicine required to heal zombie state. Oh, okay. Well, that's very straightforward. So you're going to turn somebody into a zombie. We have not seen that status effect before. I wonder if this thing is weak against light magic. Let's try Shina on it. Oh, no damage, but he got stunned. Okay. He's dead anyway. I'm pretty sure we have some consumables for this zombie status, but we've never seen it before, so we've never had to use them. We got a lot of money from that. Alright, that's what we needed from Kluk. Kluk just hit level 24 as a black mage, so now we can switch her over to generalist to start cooking on that. Let's see, we definitely need to keep her speed. We can get rid of negotiate for MP until we go shopping next. I don't even know if I'm going the right way on the map. I'm just going this way because I know I haven't gone this way yet. Oh, that status doesn't persist after battle. So we're good. Some medals. Whoo, he almost got me there. I am dodging any encounter that I can, unless it's an enemy that I haven't fought before. That's why I fought that Soul Eater, because I hadn't fought that one before. I want to get the bestiary entries. Whoa, that's a big boy. Let me save before I fight that guy. We'll put this on slot 3. Jabral Highlands. Orange Soldier. Yeah, I'll fight both of them. Oh, but the Soul Eater is first. Okay. That's a little concerning. I'm assuming the zombie status is going to be not good for whatever the second fight is. Let's see how water does against them. Not that great. Okay, they're not doing the zombie thing yet. That's good. Come on now. Come on, Morrow. Clean it up here. Come on. Nice. Oh, he's got 2 little boys with him. Oh, nice. We got a max HP boost there. That's massive. Wow. Okay. Mow down. For sure. I'm going to do Watera here. Hopefully it gets rid of the big guy's shield too. Oh, dang it, I missed the sweet spot. Okay, the big guy doesn't lose his shield. You can just hit the big guy. 7? Brother. He's really strong. Holy crap. He has a ton of defense. What new games this year are you looking forward to coming out? Honestly, I'm not even really 100% sure of what's coming out this year. It's so rare for me now to get a new game on release and play it right away. Like, that's pretty much limited to, like, Zelda and Pokemon at this point. Maybe like a new Mario game I would get and play right away. But I don't have a lot of like brand new games right now. So I'm mostly looking at stuff that's come out in like the last couple of years that I haven't played yet. Those are like the new games kind of like on my radar. I don't know if I could name a game that's releasing in 2026 that I'm thinking about. At least not off the top of my head. I want to say there's some like... Oh, I think Threads of Time is coming out in 2026. Threads of Time. That's my answer. Threads of Time. It's an indie RPG that's like essentially Chrono Trigger 2, legally distinct Chrono Trigger 2. It looks great. Power Swap Dart. Have we ever seen that? I did not play Pokemon ZA. I didn't play Arceus either. Not out of like protest or anything like that. I was like mildly interested in Arceus when it was announced, and I thought I was gonna play it when it came out to like see what I thought. But I never ended up playing it. And the more I've seen of those two games, I just don't think I would have very much fun with them. I like just like the old school, slow, turn-based, walking around in the grass kind of Pokemon games. I like Scarlet and Violet, which are not entirely that. They took a lot of steps in the right direction for my personal tastes. Certainly not perfect games. There's the Power Swap Dart. Swaps HP and MP. Okay, we have seen that before. I just forgot. But yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't really grab me. I don't think it looks like a bad game. And a lot of people really, really enjoy the more fast-paced version of it. So I'm glad that it exists as like... I'm glad it has established itself as like another pillar of the franchise. And it's not just like a one-off spin-off that people are like, why did they never make another one? Kind of thing. You know, I'm sure that will continue alongside the main like generation games. And that's great. I just don't know if I'll ever play one. It's certainly going to depend on what Generation 10 looks like. Because Arceus and ZA have been mostly successful and well received, I got to imagine that that's going to influence Generation 10 in some way. Which has me a bit nervous. I would prefer for them to kind of like stick to their guns. So we'll see. My Pokemon clock has certainly been ticking for a long time. I know at some point they're gonna make a Pokemon game that doesn't do it for me, and I'm gonna have to come to terms with the fact that I'm just finally out on Pokemon games. I definitely felt like I was kind of on the precipice of that with Scarlet Violet. Like, I really enjoyed the game, but there was definitely like Pokemon overload for me. Like, there are just too many Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. Like, I don't feel like I have a good grasp of the roster of Pokemon after like Generation 6. And I like a lot of them. I like pretty much all of them. I think they're cool, and I think they're like good designs and everything like that. I don't like reject them. I just fail to grasp them and like remember them in the same way that I can remember you know, the first 6 generations. Because there's just so many. It's like I hit capacity, you know? Arceus is great. ZA has too much dialogue. You had a hard time enjoying it. Pretty much just spite beat it. Spite beat is wild. I know what you mean, though. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because ZA and Arceus are not exactly the same. Like, they're in like the same like sub-series or whatever, but they're quite a bit different from each other in like how they present themselves and how they play. And some people, like, it seems like more people enjoy one over the other than enjoy both. But that's just my anecdotal experience. Okay, I'm gonna save in slot 3 again. Where are we? This is called Laserfield. That's wild. Laserfield. What a strange and unexpected name for an area. Well, this is definitely not where we're supposed to be. There's some very concerning burn marks in the ground. Let's see what's going on here.
What is this?
Nani yo sore?
The surface looks cut. I've never seen that before.
Or kore, not sore.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Star Wars. Okay. So, is this going to be like the lightning fields in FF10? I see some very scary, big, chonky boy enemies that we've never seen before. And I see a lot of treasure chests. Hopefully there's never a game too Pokemon-dane for you. Oh, gad, that's so silly. Honestly, Generation 8, Sword and Shield, was kind of on the borderline for that for me. Like, I played those on launch, and I enjoyed them. But I really didn't like the Gen 8 gimmick, or like the Gen 8 vibe. I liked the idea of the wild areas, but I didn't really like spending time in them. I thought the towns were okay, but didn't have as much personality as I was hoping for. Like, and that's weird because it's not really an expectation that I should have that a town in Pokemon has personality. You know, like my favorite Pokemon games, the town's personality is like a color palette, maybe. Or like, oh, this one has this type of roof on the buildings, you know, to distinguish it from the other 4 towns that you've been to already. And that's like the personality. Or like the town's personality is like the biome that it exists in. So there's not really like an expectation that the towns should have a bunch of personality. But I guess because it was like the first home console Pokemon and there was such a jump in like the presentation, I kind of subconsciously was hoping for that. But they really just did feel like Pokemon towns of yore. Like I don't remember any of the towns in Sword and Shield. Some of the story moments were like memorable and iconic, and I can harken back to those. I didn't like the gimmick of the system. I really didn't like Gigantamax and like the whole stadium thing. As much as I love Pokemon Stadium, but I just didn't really find that like mechanically compelling. And I guess it makes sense as like a Mega Evolution hater, because it's kind of the same thing as a Mega Evolution. Let's scan this Toidle. But I really, really liked the environments in Scarlet and Violet, and I really, really, really liked the gimmick. Flipped onto its back by a special charge-up attack. Dislikes monkeys. Okay. A special charge-up attack. Does it mean my charge-up attack or its charge-up attack? It has very high defense. Nice critical 8 damage, Jiro. Oh, did it move forward? Kind of seems like it moved forward. Let me try charging my attack. I wonder if it means that it's going to charge... Oh, this is not good. AoE magic. Okay, that's not that bad. You don't know that you've really enjoyed a Pokemon since X and Y? Does that mean that X and Y was the first one that you didn't enjoy, Danky? Or was X and Y the first one, or the most recent one that you did enjoy? Try stealing from you. Miss. Miss! Let me just try hitting this thing with some magic. Let me see if I can flip it over with Grounda. That's kind of what I was thinking when I first saw it. We've done that with other enemies. Didn't flip it over, but it did a lot of damage. That's probably just the old man in me speaking? Yeah. You like Sun and Moon. I need to go back and finish Sun and Moon. I never got to finish Sun and Moon because I lost my 3DS while I was in the middle of that playthrough. And I just haven't gotten back to it yet. But I was really liking Sun and Moon as well, but I didn't really get far enough in it to like see a lot of the pacing. I think I only did the first trial or whatever they're called that are like the equivalent of the gyms. So I didn't get far enough to like really get a sense for the gameplay loop. But I was having a fun time with it. Let's try wind. Maybe we can blow it over. Oh, or he'll just die. Okay. But yeah, I want to go back and play like Ultra Sun to finally go through Gen 7. The next Pokemon game I'm gonna play will be a casual first playthrough of Black 2, because I've never played the Gen 5 sequels. I just finished a Gen 5 challenge run that was really fun. It was really cool revisiting Gen 5. I had only played it one time when it was brand new, and I didn't remember a lot of it. And I've never played the sequels, so I'm very excited for that. Gen 5 is one of my favorite generations. It's probably only beaten by Gen 1 and Gen 2 because of my nostalgia bias. Okay, we've got a bear. Seems to be the same as other bears, where it's really powerful, but it sleeps. So you have to, like, charge up and then unload on it really fast. Let's do a Trap Flora. You never played Black and White? Black and White is great, Danky Funk. Black and White does what Generation 3 was originally setting out to do. When they were making Ruby and Sapphire, their original vision was to basically completely leave behind Generation 1 and 2 and do a completely fresh start. There was only going to be new Pokemon in it There weren't going to be any of the old Pokemon in it at all, and they wanted to go in like a very different direction with like how the game kind of played out and how it was paced and what the narrative was like for what little there is. And then some way through the process, they just like backpedaled and pivoted. They were like, nah, we got to put the old Pokemon in there. It's going to sell better if we put the old Pokemon in there. And so they changed directions and decided not to commit to that idea. And I'm not necessarily saying that was the wrong choice, but that's what happened. And let's see, I can charge this up so that it doesn't go off right now. Yeah. But with Generation 5, they did do that. They committed really, really hard to presenting the player with a fresh experience that a lot of people did not appreciate at the time. That was when it became really, really cool to clown on the new Pokemon designs and say that they were uninspired and uncreative and that the old ones were better, which is just the funniest, most ice-cold take of all time. And all that sort of thing. But in retrospect, it's very commendable, and they did a great job of it. And it really gives you that experience that you got like the first time you played Pokemon, because you don't know any of the new Pokemon when you start playing the game, and you can't lean on your familiarity with the old Pokemon because they're not there. You have to beat the game before Pokemon from the previous 4 generations start appearing. So you only see brand new Generation 5 Pokemon the entire way through the game. No matter where you go, you will only see Generation 5 Unova Pokemon until you beat the Elite Four. And I think that's really cool because it forces you to like get acquainted with them and learn them, and like, you know, what types are they? What, like, is this Pokemon more defensive or offensive? You know, does it have some kind of like gimmicky ability that I need to watch out for? And it forces you to like learn that. And it also doesn't lean on the old designs to like hook you in. You know, it like fully commits to the new Pokemon. I think it's really cool. I wish that more of the newer games did that, because I would probably internalize those Pokemon designs and like their typings and everything better than I do. Instead of like, you know, catching a Marill with huge power and building like my classic Azumarill build to like steamroll the game because the game is like putting it right in front of me. All right, we've got an ad coming up here. I'm going to go ahead and run it. This is going to be the last ad break of the day. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'm going to pound some more snacks. Last hour of stream coming at you right after that. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, I'm back. Y'all, it's not looking good for Mario. It's really not. I don't know how he won that warm-up, but he must have made the Cap mad, because Cap is on a tear here. It's 4-0. There's still 7 more rounds to go before this matchup is decided. Mario could claw it back. 6 wins to clinch. But we looked at the calculation earlier. He would need more than 6 points to get out of 5th place into 4th, which is, you know, really what he would be caring about. At this point, everyone's really only going to be concerned with where they're going to be seeded into the tournament bracket. There's not a whole lot people can really do to improve their standing. But Cap's looking pretty strong here. If Cap continues on this run and goes 11-0, he will be at a 7.9 average, which is currently better than Fox, but that's a little bit skewed because Fox currently has this 0 working against him for his upcoming matchup against Samus, the final matchup. So, our data is a little bit in flux. Everyone else, the other 8 characters that are completely done, obviously all of their scores are finalized, but since the ranking is relative, we can't necessarily assume that those 8 characters' rankings are solidified, because if they're close enough to any of these other 4 characters, there could be a little teensy bit of movement as we close it out here. Anyways, let's get back to Blue Dragon for one more hour here. We have stumbled into another optional area here that looks deceptively small to start. These enemies are new, but not that strong. There's treasure, and it looks like there's some kind of gimmick where we want to avoid certain spots on the ground, but I haven't actually tested that theory yet by trying to walk into one of the burn spots. Maybe we'll try that on the way out if we don't see anything. But so far, I'm just going through here to get the items. We're doing an explore, but these guys are super weak. These are a totally new enemy that we haven't seen before. The other bear enemy is kind of like a palette swap of some bears that we've seen before. And I guess the turtle guy is a new enemy as well. They were pretty formidable. And certainly would be problematic if there was like, you know, 3 or 4 of them, or like 2 by 2 front back. That'd be pretty rough. But just one of them was not a big deal. And these guys were literally swatting out of the sky like the flies that they are. But hey, we like free SP, right? Has the SP that our growing children need. Okay, well that was kind of silly. Because this is going to kill them. So I didn't really need to do water. Bye-bye. I really like how the elements work in this game, too. Affinity doesn't seem to be a big deal. Like, as far as... Oh, they just keep regenerating? Holy moly. Holy mole-y? Huh? Oh, I want to get that poo. Alright. Sure. You're gonna get preemptive on me? Yeah, no big deal. Sonic Boom! Yeah, that attack is trash. 8-ish damage, and it only hits the front row. Okay, there's no reason to charge this water. Just send it. Submarine dive. Vanished underground. Okay. So I'm assuming I have to just wait for him to come back. Well, I guess I can kill some time by healing myself. This is an interesting mechanic. I can't even choose to target him. I was thinking that maybe I could, like, charge. It is interesting that I can attack my party members, though. I don't think I realized that until now. So we're just gonna have to sit here and defend until he comes back out. Not exactly the most compelling mechanic. Returned to the surface. And dead. It's like when a really crappy Pokemon that is definitely going to die to your next attack decides to spend a turn using Dig so that it lives for 1 turn longer and can do like a little bit of damage to you. But like even more trivial than that. So he goes underground, then immediately pops up and attacks, and then goes underground again. Alright, so now we have 2 of them underground. Let me wash these dudes away. Maybe the gimmick with these guys is that they are not formidable, but pesky, just like flies. And they're meant to, like, annoy you with this technique, which would actually be a very funny design by the developers. Is that they, like, intended to make this enemy annoying. And it's just here to, like, bother you. Because they are called a something something fly, right? Oh no, a flying needle mole. What a goofy enemy. Get out of here. It seems like we're stuck in some kind of loop here where they just keep endlessly spawning, so I need to get out of here. While I still have iframes. Okay, I do want this little item, though. Okay. Get me out of there. Oh. He's hiding. Okay, you're definitely guarding something, right? Pretty sure I can see a chest back there. The horned lazy bear. There's a horned lazy bear in all of us. Alright, hit him with some fire. Bears hate fire. Just whack him. Yeah. Cool. Alright, there's accessory +2 for Zola. We also have another skill slot for Shu. Ooh, another Grand Tribes equipment. Let's see here. Enhances magic attack, but also increases HP and defense. That is perfect for Kluk, but I doubt it's better than her current ring. Yeah. So... And then Zola has a special ring too. So I guess we give it to Jiro. He's gonna lose a little bit of MP, but I think it's worth it. He doesn't use magic attacks a lot, but I'm still inclined to believe that his magic attack stat is what his like buff and healing potency is based on. So, I mean, even for the HP alone, I think this is worth it. It's a shame that no one can wear Shu's ring. It's a good ring. What else can we give you, Jiro? Absorbs Earth. He does need agility. Oh, this would give him his MP back, and it prevents dizzy. Okay, yeah, we're gonna give him that. That's good. And then Zola needs a new accessory. Resists panic. Absorb Earth. It does feel canon to give Zola a belly button ring. She is the exposed midriff character. So I guess I'll give her that. And then Shu has a new skill slot. Let's give him... Do I want to give him crit rate or absorb HP? I think I'm going to give him the critical hit lift. Zola's got a couple slots open. I don't really super care about any of these. I guess there is a world... Well, we'll give her Negotiate just so that we always have that on. There is a world where it would be nice for her to have either the basic magic sword stuff or this enhanced item if we need her to do like an off heal. I'm not sure how enhanced item effect is going to be useful for something other than healing though. I don't know how that's going to, like, how do we enhance a status heal item or anything else? I guess maybe like a battle item that does damage would do more damage. We haven't been using those and we might want to try them out. Now let's give her this. I kind of like that idea. Maybe we can try to, I'll try to remember that I should use battle items with Zola. Definitely want to give more HP to Jiro. Oh, but we don't have double item. I feel like I should give him double item back. Oh, let's get rid of field barrier. We don't need this. We haven't been using that. I don't know why I had that on. Oh god, that's a huge magic defense upgrade. That might be more valuable than the max HP at the current moment. And I can give him that when he gets his next slot. Also, how many generalist hearts do I have? I have 6. Okay. So essentially 1 for everybody. Next time we see Toripo, that's all we're buying, is generalist hearts. Because I think my ideal job path now is to just max out generalist with everybody as quickly as possible. And then move on to other classes and learn stuff from them. Kind of like proceed on the previously established paths that we had. Please kill. Nice. Evade up. Okay, these two should take them out. Yep. And then Jiro and Shu will definitely kill this thing. Cool, no enemy turns. Excellent. Hoggies. Alright, there's another skill for Kluk. Oh, we'll give her stealth. I suppose it would be worth testing if Negotiate stacks. That would be nuts if it did. We should probably try that the next time we go to a shop. What is that thing? This looks like a path that's going to lead to the overworld somewhere else. So let me backtrack for a second. And explore the rest of this zone before I go up there. Alright, this guy's alone. That's good. I think we did pretty well with fire on this guy. Yep. We don't have ice in this game. That's what you use on turtles in Final Fantasy. For some reason, in Final Fantasy, turtles and dragons are weak against ice. Okay, he's using Grounda. It wasn't scary last time. It was like 50 or 60. Nice, and Zola gets healed thanks to her new belly button ring. Love that. Oh, why did I do that? Dang it. I wasn't paying attention and I attacked as Kluk. Come on, Shu. Alright. You gonna do Grounda again? Regular attack. Okay. Flare, please. There we go. And that money sound is because of an accessory that I have. In case anyone's wondering. I have a couple of accessories. I think Zola and Kluk have them. Where you get extra money. Two bears. Okay. Fire 3! We don't have Fire 3 yet. We haven't seen those scrolls yet. Wonder how long it'll be before we do. Alright, you gonna go to sleep or you gonna power up? Neither. You're gonna attack. Nice counter. Alright, we're just gonna use Flare on everything that's by itself. Oh, goodbye. That's right, these things only have like 700. Nice, we got a heal. That's convenient. Love tap from Jiro. See if we can kill it before we get to Kluk. Zola can't charge. Can you do it, Morrow? Yeah, he got it. Nice. We got 2 boxes over here. Thorn branch. How do I get over there? Oh, that's right by the entrance and I just didn't realize it. Okay. Devi elixir. I don't remember what that does. But we've seen it before. Okay, I think if I go... Oh, I gotta go quite a ways to get back over there. But I will do it! Oh, that's not so bad. Right here. Can I get past you? Probably not. Ooh! But probably can't get past you. Yeah, I should have just fought him. I'm sticking to my theory that these guys are intended to be annoying. Because it makes it funnier. Because they really are just so non-threatening. And they just kind of waste your time. And they're also, like, everywhere on this screen. I'm a little concerned about those bears that had bombs and fireworks strapped to their bodies, though. And that upper path that we came across. We're gonna go find out what they're all about in a second. Welcome back to the surface, my dude. Just in time to die. Just in time to get swatted. Okay, give me my treasure. And we gotta get back out of here. Ooh. Juked him. Do you think we will get back to 2000s, 2010s of consistent great third-party games with good storytelling? I don't know. That's... I feel like I'm not tuned in enough to know the state of that subset. Look at these guys. They are something else. Okay, I'm really curious if I like hit them with fire, if they'll explode, but I'm gonna use Grounda because there's multiple rows here and I want to hit them all. I feel like most like there's definitely like there's like a bit of a death of the middle class in gaming when it comes to like narrative games. Like, it seems like there's like some really big budget AAA stuff that focuses a lot on narrative. Oh, are you stopping? Nice. Okay. Dodged one. And then there's like indie games that focus on storytelling. But again, I'm like not super tuned in. So there could just be a lot of stuff that I don't know about. But it seems like story-focused games aren't like super like particularly popular right now. But that's such a broad term too. Like there are a lot of people who think that like Dark Souls and like Souls-like games are very narrative forward and narrative driven because there's a lot of like world building and lore stuff that you can like dig into if you want to. Whereas like I would never think of that as like a narrative driven game. But I guess it makes sense, you know, like there's characters that are talking about stuff and there is a world and there is like a reason for your doing what you're doing, and maybe that's all it takes to establish a narrative. But to me, it's like very obviously gameplay first, story second. And usually if that's my assessment of the game, I don't think of it as a narrative game, even though it has one. So when you're saying games with good storytelling, I'm thinking of games that are focused on storytelling above and beyond anything else, even the gameplay. But that's not necessarily what that means. That's just where my brain went. So, I don't know, good storytelling in and of itself is obviously very subjective. You know, some people probably think there's great storytelling going on in games right now, and some other people probably think that there's no good storytelling, and, you know, people in between. So yeah, I don't really know how to answer that. I don't have any predisposition to feel like 2000 to 2010 was like any particular peak of storytelling. I guess in a very vague way, if I like, you know, unfocus my eyes and look at that decade, I guess I can imagine that there was a lot of like narrative focused games from that time period, and maybe it feels like there's less now than there was then, but I don't even know if that's accurate. And I certainly don't have any like, I don't have any separation in my brain of like what was third party and what was first party. I'd have to think really hard about that. There seems to be more looter shooters now as opposed to games like what I'm playing. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we were kind of talking about the same thing. Oh, is this a cutscene?
Looks like the moons are really close.
Oh.
Whoa! Many moons! Moonlight! Moonlight!
The moons are close.
Moving. Whoa!
Oh.
It is! It's moving! But why?
It's a gun.
This way.
The moon is the laser. Whoa. That's nuts. And we're back in control. Okay. Okay, let me write this down really quick. At the laser field, what a name. What appear to be multiple close by moons in the sky are actually laser firing machines. That's wild. We have no idea if these characters have ever seen anything like a laser before. Okay, so now it's like FF10. How do these guys live here? How have these turtles not been cooked by this laser? This is a new enemy right here. I want to fight this steel monkey. Yeah. Yeah, looter shooters are super popular, and I could not care less. Those games in particular are very interesting, because if you look at something like Arc Raiders, that's pretty popular right now. To some people's perspective, that game has a narrative, and the narrative is like what happens when you play the game. You know, like you hop on with your friends and some very specific things happen to you, and that was like the story of the session of the game, or like the raid or whatever. You know, it's like the cringe like last night was a movie meme. I'm not trying to argue that Arc Raiders is a narrative-driven game, but I think in a weird way, some people can come away from their experience with a game like that feeling like there was a story. But as far as like for something like this to be popular again, I don't know, man. I don't see a turn-based RPGs returning to like a mainstream prominence, unless like a really, really big franchise does one. And it just like somehow like taps into something that's like that like spins the subgenre on its head and does something like really new that like pulls people in. You know, like I know like Dragon Quest 11 sold well, and you know, a lot of people are probably yelling Expedition 33 at their screens, like, because that's a new IP that like brought people back to JRPGs, or got new people excited about a JRPG. But I don't think that that's on the scale that it would need to be to bring, like, to make other people who aren't making narrative-driven games think like, oh, this is the thing again, or this is the new thing, we need to make one too. You know, like it was in like the late 90s or the early 2000s, where it's like, oh, people really like these RPGs, so let's make one. You know, right now it's like, oh, people really like these Soulsborns and looter shooters, so let's make one. You know, which is how you end up with somebody like Game Freak making a Ghost of Yotei clone, and stuff like that. So yeah, I feel like the logical person in me has to assume that RPGs inevitably have to become popular again at some point. Like they just will. But as far as like when that's gonna happen, I have no idea. Probably when we least expect it. But I don't think that Expedition 33 is going to be that catalyst. It might be a harbinger, but not a catalyst. Oh, that looks like a very strong enemy. Can I save? No. Okay, here we go. Centipede. No boss music, but it sure looks bossy. It has a laser. Okay, that's a lot of damage, but it's not untenable. Let's scan you. Reacts to rising magic power from charging up. Okay, so just don't increase my magic power, and I'm fine. Let's steal from you. I bet you got something. Shadow crystal. Okay. Let's charge up. That seems like a good idea. I'm gonna have Jiro use Mega Magical Medicine on himself. Or no, on Kluk. Kluk's really low on MP. And we don't need him to use a second item. I'm gonna have Maro charge as well. Style of how games are made now have vastly changed. Oh yeah, dev cycles are a mess now. It's pretty horrible. That beeping that he's doing is very concerning. It makes me think that he's preparing to do something really awful. I can charge that a little bit. Even looking at PS2, PS3 RPGs today, the amount of content and polish that was packed into the earlier games felt more thought out than the games now. Yeah, I agree. It's a really unfortunate consequence of like the relationship between like visual fidelity and like file size, and the limitations that can create and like the overall breadth of content, you know? So like if you make a game that has a lower fidelity visual style that's like pixel art or something, you can put so much more content into the game, into your like 80 to 100 gigabyte game. But if you want to make a game that looks like absolutely cutting edge, you know, you can't just make like a 1 terabyte video game. There's a lot of limitations that are going to be like, no. You know, unless you get creative with some type of like, you know, procedural generation, ongoing game kind of stuff, which is what so many people are trying to do. I'm completely disinterested in the idea of an ongoing game. That's like antithetical to my interests. I like games that have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Where's Jiro's turn? Okay. Okay, charging the attacks definitely seems like the way to go because the uncharged attacks don't really do hardly anything. So I might change Zola into an item user. But magic and charged attacks seems to be doing pretty well. It's just a question of how much health does this thing have. We're gonna go Zephyr here. Charge it a little bit. I'll use another magical medicine on Kluk. Also thinking of how Ubisoft was remaking Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. Yeah, that's wild that they just out and out canceled that. That was so strange. I wasn't really even following that. I'm actually not even entirely certain that I was aware that the remake was happening before I heard about the cancellation, but somebody posted about it in a Discord that I'm in, and I was just like, that's weird. They didn't even like give a reason in the thing that I saw. I'm sure there is a reason, but I don't even know if they publicly stated one, which is... Or the reason was like, we can't make it the way that we know that it deserves. And it's like, what does that even mean? Like, why can't you just spend more time on it? You know, it's very sussy. But yeah, see, like, Sands of Time, like, that's a game that you could reasonably make with, you know, a really high fidelity visual style. Because there's not like an absurd level of content in that game. It's not a super long game. But if you wanted to make a game that's the size of like a PlayStation RPG, like a PS1 RPG, that has like cutting edge fidelity visual style, you just can't do it. You just can't do it. You'd make like a 2 terabyte video game. And I guess maybe that'll start happening in like the next couple of years or something, when like physical media is completely dead and the game doesn't need to fit on like a disc or anything, and you just download it onto a box. But like even so, like imagining like the new like the PlayStation 7 having like a 1 petabyte hard drive so that you can have 1,000, you know, half to 1 terabyte games on it. Like that just feels really out of reach at the moment. But it could happen very quickly. You know, data gets cheaper really quickly. I'm gonna heal before we fight these turtles. Just a Zephyr to top off a little bit. There we go. I want them both at the same time. We haven't been hit by this laser yet. I'm wondering what it'll be like. Oh, we've got a little mixed bag here. Well, we're gonna do ground, because I know it kills the rats. Yeah, like the MGS3 remake. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot to unpack there. All I know is, like, the more time that goes by, the closer we get to, like, no physical media, and just, like, you know, the older that I get, I know I'm just gonna have, like, less and less time and less interest for new games. So it just has me, like, really focused on stuff that's, like, already out, that I know I'm interested in, rather than something that isn't out yet that I'm potentially interested in. You know, I don't need to play, like, Schrodinger's video game, because there's a million cats that are already out of the box, as it were, that are a known quantity that I know that I want to play, and a lot of them are right behind me, so I don't even have to pay money for them either. So I'm not like anti modern games. I'm just kind of unplugged. Not for any like pessimistic reasons, just like kind of like more logical reasons, I guess. Oh, that's how we knock him over. There we go. Okay, do you take way more damage now? He does. Cool. We figured it out. I wonder if he can flip back over. Maybe he'll use his turn to flip back over? Yeah. Okay, so mow down. That makes sense, because, like, we haven't used mow down on this guy, because he's all by himself, and normally we wouldn't use mow down on a single enemy. So that's kind of cool. I like that. Now he's gonna ground to me. I'm getting grounded. Mom, the turtle said I'm grounded. Tell him he can't say that. Alright, I don't know why this thing's not dead yet, so I'm just gonna use fire on it. I don't know where its HP is at. Get out of here. I feel like we had to be right there, but... Skill plus 5 for Morrow. I like how time freezes when I'm opening the chest and I can like pan the camera around to see where I'm going next. It's actually quite useful. Okay, we've got a little interior over here. Oh, it's just a little alcove. Okay. Whoo! This area is laggy. Are you guarding a chest? No. Well, that was very close. He almost got me. I'm actually shocked that he didn't. Okay, you're guarding something though, right? Yeah, you're guarding something. Whoo! Laser City. Oh, is that the laser? No, it's the monkey. How did I get a back attack? Okay. We'll just ground It's becoming more and more likely, at least at this point now for sure, that the PS5 is your last console. Not gonna buy into Nintendo anymore because of where gaming is going. Not necessarily a bad thing because there's literally 2,000 games or more that you can check out that you haven't played. Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of in the same spot. Like, we have to like create a box for ourselves. Oh, okay. That's funny. It doesn't let me open it even if I manage to sneak past him. We have to like decide where the boundaries are for like our like, you know, scope of like our interests or ambitions or whatever. And if I can just easily draw a line around physical media and just say, look, you know, I can't play every video game ever. So I've got to create some boundaries somewhere. And while I think that there are a lot of great games that unfortunately won't ever get a physical release, if I can just create that arbitrary boundary for myself, it'll help me focus on the things. It'll help me focus on something. You know, it'll help me focus on an area that's measurable. I mean, we're doing pretty good so far. They haven't hit us yet. We're leaving some chests behind, though. That was a close one. Oh, we have a friend in the bomb shelter dome? A robot friend? We have had some robot friends throughout this playthrough, I suppose. Oh, look at this place. This looks a lot like the ship that we were on. Okay, can we go back out? No, we can't. Okay. Is there like 1,000,000,001 things for me to examine in here? Oh, cutscene.
Oh, it's so dark.
I need a save point.
Where'd that machine hand go?
That machine hand.
Who knows?
Sa.
Maybe a trap. I think something's here.
Huh?
I can feel it. We're being watched.
Who's there?
A skittish robot who looks friendly. I need a save point. Okay, at least none of this is examinable. That saves me some time. Look at him.
I gotcha.
Wow, she was brave.
All right, who are you? Ow!
Punches him. What an idiot. Oh no, it's gonna be their big robot dad.
So, It is a trap.
I don't know. They're acting kind of strange.
Yes. Not like enemies.
They're frightened.
They don't seem like monsters, do they?
Nope.
No.
Look at him. Me win.
So, what's going on here?
We are glad you are safe.
Are you the one that helped us out?
These look just like the guys from the beginning, from the drill machine.
Job? We are servants created in the age of the magic civilization that flourished here long ago.
That voice is really familiar.
Of harming you.
We have no intention of harming you either. We only came here to destroy the machines of war in the ancient ruins.
Thanks for saving our hides back there.
Ah, we could have kept running from the lasers. We were doing fine.
We would like to assist you in any way we can. Huh? We have not had the opportunity to serve in ages.
Maybe that's Krillin.
Really? Oh, sure.
Forget that person's name, but kind of sounds like that guy.
Did everyone hear that? It's been a long time, but we'll show our hospitality. It's time to get to work.
Right away, boss.
They are very
The ones with their arms in the front are so funny looking. They look like shy teenagers. Oh, this is like a town. Baroy town. All right, can I get a... Yeah. Ooh, a chest. Yo, a generalist heart in a chest? Shout out. All right, we're going to save here. I'm assuming there's going to be a warp key here as well. I really hope so. But for now, all we need is a save point. This is slot number 4. We got a little song happening here, too. A little beep boop song. So we have an underground robot village. I'm excited to explore this tomorrow. I hope you'll join me. I'll be back at the same time tomorrow with more Blue Dragon. 3 to 8 Central Time. Before we go, I want to remind you about Heart Week coming up. Sorry, I'm going to abruptly stop this music. We'll dig into it tomorrow. We're going to go over here. I need to set it so that I can show my charity stuff on other screens. Here, let me... How do I... There we go. Well, actually... There we go. Sorry. You can't hear it anymore, but I can still hear it. It's going to be super distracting because I'm going to turn on this other music. Before we go, I want to remind you about Heart Week coming up February 16th through 20th. I am going to be streaming a different game each day, doing some kind of challenge run or speed run, raising money for American Heart Association. These are a preview of the incentives that you'll be able to put stuff towards. I'll be giving my spiel at the top of every stream and posting about it in the Discord. But essentially for now, I just want you to mark your calendars for Monday, February 16th. That's the first day. And then mark your calendars for Monday, February 9th. That's a week before the marathon. We will be opening the donation incentives. So if you're interested in claiming any of these file names or specific rewards that are one of one, first come, first serve, you really want to name that Totodile for the Pokemon Silver speedrun, and you want to be the first one there, go into the Discord, add the news roll so that you make sure that you get pinged on Monday morning, February 9th, when I open the donations and post the Tiltify link so that you can go start donating and unlocking stuff. I'm very excited about it. It's going to be a ton of fun. It was really, really fun last year. And I think this year is going to be even better. We're going to do a bunch of fun shenanigans. We've got some great milestones here. If we can manage to reach certain donation totals, The biggest one to set your sights on right away is that 1500 milestone, which unlocks an additional stream. I'm only going to stream Monday through Thursday if we raise less than $1,500. But if we hit $1,500 before the end of the Thursday stream, I will stream an additional day on Friday playing Chrono Trigger, which I have not ever replayed, and I have not played in a really long time, and I've never played it on Super Nintendo. I just got the cartridge last year, so that would be really fun. And then the $2,000 milestone would be a lot of fun. This is ordering a pizza, and you all get to pick the 5 toppings on the pizza with your donations. That's another reward that people will be able to donate for, that I'm sure will be some of the first ones to go, are the 5 pizza toppings. If we manage to make it to 2,500, I'll do a special acoustic guitar video game music performance of some original arrangements for you. About 45 minutes to an hour of music that will not be like recorded and put on YouTube or anything like that. It'll be, you have to be there. And if we somehow manage to make it all the way to $3,000 total raised, I will finish all of the playthroughs of the games on stream after the marathon, because all of these streams during the charity week are going to be 5 hours long. It's my normal time, 3 to 8. If we don't finish the game, if we don't make it through all of the incentives, we don't make it. I have to be responsible for my physical and mental health and my time and my responsibilities and stuff. So if we push to that $3,000 milestone, I'll pick up the Star Wars and Yoshi playthroughs wherever we might leave off. And of course, Chrono Trigger, we're definitely not going to finish in 5 hours. We will almost assuredly finish Zelda and Pokemon, because those are actual any percent speedruns, even if they are full maximum length with the incentives and everything. We should finish those well within the 5 hours, but just in case we don't, you'd have the option to see me do the rest of them. That's all I got for you for now. We'll talk more about that. I'll leave that on screen as we sign off here. Let me find someone to raid. See who's hanging out tonight. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. It was really fun. We made some good progress. Okay, I'm trying to decide between 2 options here. How do I decide? Bing bum 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 bing bum da dum dun dun. All right, let's go see Indy. Indy has not been streaming regularly at this time. But she has wanted to get back to streaming this time, and just try to stream more in general. So I'm taking the sign that she is online as a sign that she is hopefully in good spirits and in good mental countenance. Indy is one of my preferred places to hang out. So definitely drop her a follow if you're not already following her. She normally does streams on Sunday morning. That's where you can find me on a Sunday morning. But she wants to try to get into streaming more during the week and in the evenings. And I think Thursday evening specifically is something that she's been targeting lately, but I haven't seen her on. So I'm excited to see. She's playing an Atelier game, Atelier Ryza. So you can expect some cozy crafting and a little bit of fan service. Indy is an 18+ streamer, so if you're sensitive to language or adult topics, beware. But it's goofy and it's silly and it's fun. I think she's really funny and cool. So we're gonna go say hi. See you tomorrow for more Blue Dragon. Otherwise, Pikmin 2 on Tuesday. All right, y'all be good. See ya.